Un attimo, gut, einen Moment.
Are we starting?
Yes, gut. Go.
Are we ready? We're starting now?
Yes, you are live.
Okay. Good evening, folks. How's everyone doing in this COVID crisis? I hope you are doing well. It's interesting. It's evening here. I believe some of you have just woken up, and should be midday for some. My talk is going to be microservices perspective on iOS architecture. I know it's been a cliche, but for quite some years, but believe me, it's not in the architecture talk. So here's me. I'm an iOS developer since the beginning of iOS. That was back in 2008, I believe. Been working on SDK even before the official SDK was released. Co-authored a couple of books back in 2011 and 12. Wrote several open source projects, and my main job is I've been helping engineers in the past 6-7 years. So these are the whole talk is basically my experience in the last 7 years on how I've scaled teams on iOS development. Okay. Now, I want to clear the air around this whole architecture thing. Most of the time, when I talk about microservices and architecture, this is the question that I get asked. Really? We there already every single time we use even microservices in iOS? That's the question I get asked. So let me clear the air on this. What this talk not about? It is about fancy architecture that we normally get root around like VM, MVP, or MVC, or whatever. It's not about that. It is not about how to break the project into like 1,000 different frameworks, taking inspiration from Facebook or Uber or Riblet or not. It has nothing to do with that. What this talk is about instead is it's about being pragmatic. What works for a small company does not work for a team with like 5 to 20 people, which does not work for a team that is bigger, like hundreds of developers, right? The vast majority of the time, we see people from a big company doing a talk about how they scaled up their engineering infrastructure, and we tend to replicate that engineering patterns in our projects and get burned pretty badly, right? This talk is about that. This talk is about how to scale companies where you work with 5 to 20 other developers, making apps for a customer base of about a couple million people. And of course, that's a vast majority of us. In a nutshell, it's about talking about a CSA founded startup kind of company. So let's get started. Assuming most of us in this crowd are with me, that's fine. So some more things that I want to say. This is everything you hear in this is about my personal experience. I've worked for super big companies, super small startups. So that's the whole premise of this talk. Taking experience from the big company and bringing it in the startup world and help scale them, right? The technical part of this talk is about how to enable multiple teams work and deploy a single shared code base and ship it to their customers. Multiple teams working on one single repo. That's the whole thing. Multiple teams working, deploying a single shared code base to the customers. Right? We're going to do more repo. Now, again, this is not the talk yet. You could do more repo, but again, that's not this. Now, why do you want to do microservices? In a traditional world, let's talk about this for a moment. Traditional world, we do microservices to improve continuous delivery, continuous integration, continuous delivery, and to enable team independence. Every single team want to iterate on their own features independent of everyone else. And that becomes a little too tricky with iOS. Why? Because we have something called an Xcode project file. Right? Scaling an Xcode project used by one person to be used by a team, a handful of the developers, becomes a lot difficult. Xcode isn't designed for that. And that involves sometimes breaking your project into multiple frameworks. And too many times what happens is when you start breaking your project into multiple, you're still working in one single workspace, one single Xcode workspace. And I've seen something like this happen all the time. Break projects into multiple classes with very deep net hierarchy and end with something like a first enterprise edition. You don't want to create that. You don't want a monolith. You don't want a monolith broken into multiple classes and multiple subclasses and hierarchy. What you instead want is something else. And I'm coming to it. Now, at the same time, you don't want to break things into very fine individual module and create a kind of ravioli code, right? So a ravioli code is where too many individual isolated bits and pieces of code they're trying to talk to each other. When you look at code base, you'll be able to understand what each and every single class is doing, but trying to understand the whole perspective of how this particular code fits into the rest of the architecture becomes a lot difficult to understand. And you don't want to end up with something like that either. Right? An example I would think of and say is when you use a very nested framework, nested architecture wipeout, you end up with a code that's very convoluted, very difficult to understand, right? And your app call stack becomes too hard to follow. Now, where do you draw the line? You don't want to fit this first, you don't want to ravioli. How do you draw the line? Where exactly do you draw the line to make sure that it's right, it works for you? Now, there are two types of boundaries I want to talk about. Horizontal lines, also called as layers in your code, and vertical lines, which are the team boundaries. And that's what I'm going to talk about in this talk today, right? Horizontal sources, classic stuff, the model controller, model view, IVM, wiper, model presenter, coordinators. There's so many ways in which you can slice your code, right? The M architecture and much more, right? We've seen numerous architectures over the last 3+ years. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about how to slice the code locally. And that means that could be based either on screens or teams. And they are kind of go hand in hand with each other. And that is exactly what I'm going to talk about today. How deep those vertical slices go depends on how you want to structure your code. It's purely based on your team and what works for your team. Now, normally when we do vertical slicing to create a kind of platform team and individual feature teams working on top of the platform team, a team could look something like this. A platform team usually take care of building and deploying code. They take care of all common functionalities and objects, and feature teams take care of delivering their individual features. Right, this is how some companies work. I believe Spotify and Facebook, they work similar to this. The platform team provides networking APIs, the common shared libraries, other stuff. And each team work on individual screens like newsfeed or we play screen or the movie player screen, music player screen, whatever. Right? That has worked well for some companies, especially like companies that are very, very big, like hundreds of developers. What the problem with that kind of team is the platform team starts growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and the boundaries between the platform and the feature team becomes very, very, very small. As a result, there will be a time when a couple of developers, one of the feature team leaves, the feature team gets involved into the platform team, and things that happen. Right? As a result, as one team gets super big compared to the other teams, innovation dies in the companies. We don't want something like that to happen for a company like 5 to 20 developers. So, what did we do? I've been using something similar to this strategy for about 5 years now, and it has worked very well for me. If you look at this example, the feature team is significantly bigger than what it was before. This is the previous one. This is the new one, right? The core team is a lot smaller, and there is a separate build and deploy team that usually owns the unit tests and takes care of the DevOps stuff like the setting up the build pipeline, ensuring the app is submitted, the correct version of the app is built against the correct version of the backends and deploy and all the stuff. Teams have a lot more say in how they are done. Now, what is different here is the build and deploy team, the core team, are not the same, and that changes a lot. That changes a whole lot of dynamics behind how the entity communication work. Okay. I'll touch upon this in a short while. Now, we often talk a lot about how to create subteams to improve productivity, but a vast majority of talks and blog posts and stuff that I've seen do not talk about where exactly your code ownership lies and how to exactly put the code and stuff like that. We conveniently avoid talking. We just say, hey, this feature should be owned by that team, this feature should be owned by that team. The rest of the talk today is going to be how do you exactly slice them up so that you end up with less overlaps, right? Now, types plays a very important role in how easy or how difficult it is to break up monolith. We work predominantly in our programming world, in the software world, we have two major type systems, a strong typed language like Swift and Kotlin, or weakly typed or untyped language like JavaScript. In a weakly type system, it's fairly relatively straightforward. I wouldn't say it's fairly straightforward. It would be relatively straightforward to identify your boundaries and deploy it independently. But Swift or Kotlin is not weakly typed, right? A weakly type system, you just copy files, move them around, move your folders around, and kind of deploy it. In a strong type system, not so easy, right? The biggest hurdle when you slice iOS code into screens is you have to ensure that your slice compiles. And this is probably the most important reason why most teams don't even bother. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say you have an app which is a tab bar controller. Let's assume for a moment that let's think of an app that everyone uses, App Store. Right? It has 4 tabs, a For You screen, a list of apps, a list of games, and a search. right? If you have to split this into 4 different slices, with each tab being owned and deployed and developed by independent teams, how would you do that? That is exactly what I'm going to explain. I did it for a very similar project. Because of NDAs and other reasons, I can't explain much more about it. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to use App Store. Okay. How are we going to solve this problem? It turns out that we have solved this problem before. And that's called as package managers. Okay. Now, how could package managers help us? We've done this on open source projects. And I thought, like 6 years ago, I thought, why should open source projects have all the fun? Like, why can't we build our code internally as we develop open source projects? Let's say you see that cool looking alert box component, UI alert controller or whatever. What will you do? You just say, if they publish a Cocoa pod, you say pod, you add that pod to your pod file, do a pod update, and within your code, you just say import alert controller, whatever, and then lock in it, present view controller, and that's it, right? That independent open source code can be written in any language. It could be in Objective-C, and your code could be in Swift, and it still works. Why can't we do that in our own project? There is nothing stopping us from doing that, doing exactly that. So far we have been breaking code into classes and frameworks, right? Take it to the next level. Create a package for your framework, for your individual framework. It could be anything. You could use Swift Package Manager. You could use Carthage. You could use CocoaPods. Try delivering every vertical slice as one package. The biggest advantage of this is when you move your code around and create a framework, the compiler is here to help you. The compiler will ensure that you are able to compile the framework. But again, don't overdo this. If you overdo it, you'll end up with ravioli code with multiple pods and no one understands what's going on or so. Okay. A thumb rule is you should have as many number of packages as there are teams that want to work on that single code base. If you have like 4 teams working on it, try to create 4 packages or pods. Now, putting it all together, create a package for every single feature that you're building. The application is usually owned by the build and deploy team, the one you see in green at the top. Is usually very, very lightweight and integrates all the packages into a deployable binary. For example, let's say feature 1 belongs to feature 1 is the first tab, and there are 5 tabs in this, for 4 tabs and maybe one other login screen or something. The build and deploy team just assembles all them together, prepares all the necessary dependencies, injects them, and set it as the root window. That's it. Usually the build and deploy team's app itself will be like less than 200 lines of code. It's not something that you will maintain often. Simple? Not really. Some modules are independent, most are not, and that's where the problems come in. And I'm going to explain some of the problems that I've faced in the past and solutions that we have come up with. Okay, now you saw that core team at the bottom, right? Some of these features are delivered by the core team, like for example, a networking component that will be used by all those feature teams. And sometimes it could be UI as well, like for example, you could have a simple UI component that is being used in the first screen and the third screen and the fifth screen and so on. And this common code can be adopted at different pace by different teams because, again, team dynamics come in to picture. Different teams have different team sprints, and you should allow some slack at which they adopt the code. And you don't want code to be duplicated across code boundaries. So let's see a more concrete example. Okay, I told you before that I'm going to use App Store as an example because my experience comes from I have an e-commerce background, been building e-commerce app for almost 6-7 years. So the app that I built, from where I took all this inspiration, was from e-commerce app, very similar to App Store. But what is the best e-commerce app ever made? It's the App Store, right? Apple makes almost $17 billion using this app. Probably the best app to take any kind of inspiration when building an e-commerce app, right? So this app has like 5 tabs. I'm just going to focus on one for the sake of simplicity. It has a login, which you don't see it here. But you see that picture on the top right, it's my picture. That is where login happens. You tap on it. If you're not logged in, you will not see anything there. You'll probably see an empty face or a placeholder image. You tap on it and it shows the login. That login is, think of login as an individual slice. Explore could be the list of products that you see right now on that screen. Search could be another product list, but might be displayed in a different style. A product detail screen where you tap on one of the items and you see a detail screen. And a checkout flow. Of course, App Store does not have a checkout flow. You tap on it, you pay using the built-in credit card, approve it through your Face ID or Touch ID or whatever. But in a normal checkout scenario, you'll probably have multiple payment mechanisms, optionally a delivery time, delivery schedule, or a delivery address, and a confirmation page or something. And then once the delivery is done, you'll probably be showing something to rate how the delivery was done, blah, 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 all this stuff. So checkout might be simple for App Store, but in a real world scenario, in a more sophisticated e-commerce app, it might be a little more complex. So usually you will have like 5 teams. If it's a company that has about 20 employees, 4 of them working in each team, something like that, right? Now, that one that is highlighted is one app, right? It's I'm going to call it as an app header component, right? And this one single app that is displayed on a table view cell or a collection view cell is you could call it as an app cell component. Now, this app header component and this app cell component and app header component would probably be reused across all different screens. So it's a good idea to move it to the core team and make it their responsibility to deliver these components. Now, how will we integrate it? We'll look into it in a short while. So go back to our packages. We have 5 of them. Login, probably most easy and most independent of all the components. They probably won't have any of the shared modules except for that one single picture of the user. Checkout, again, going to be simple. The complexity in checkout is going to be integrating all those payment gateways and other stuff, but it doesn't involve or much about what is going on within the app. It probably doesn't share a lot of code with the remaining screens. But the other 3, explore, search, and product details, will probably have a lot of shared functionalities. Right. And that's where the fun begins. Now, the core team provides components like app cell, app header, build and deploy team owns the unit tests, integrates everything, and runs the unit tests before deploying. Individual teams publishes and sends the package to the App Store. Now, in one of my work, one of this team was even a cross-platform team, and it worked beautifully. Why? Because hypothetically speaking, let's say if your checkout flow is completely done using React Native or some web-based tool, so that every platform uses the same checkout flow, you can still work, because at the end, to your application that you're deploying to App Store, login is a package, it's a pod. Explore is another pod. Search is a pod. Product details is a pod, and checkout is going to be a pod. When you think from this app's perspective, The other parts can be written in any language. It could be written in React Native, it could be written in Objective-C, Swift, SwiftUI, whatever. At the end, when you call, you're going to use just the binary framework. And that is where the magic is. When one of the teams was on cross-platform, it did not slow the compilation for everyone else. How often have we faced a scenario where one team wanted to use React Native and everyone else were like, oh, no, let's not do that. But with this kind of a finely broken architecture, finely sliced architecture, that is still possible. I'm not saying you should do it, but keep your options open. I was talking about shared components and shared components like the app cell and app header that will be used across multiple screens. Let's see how we can adopt some versioning strategies to make sure that when different teams handle integration at different pace, you could still work. Like for example, I could have an app cell today. I could update the app cell to app cell version 2 tomorrow. But app cell 2 will be used only on the search screen, and app cell 1 will be used on the explore screen because explore screen had a couple of iOS developers going on leave or something like that. It's still possible. Again, this is a problem that we've solved before, and the best way to do it is to use component versioning. I'll talk about component versioning in a short while. On the client side, feature flags can help a lot. You can develop or integrate a new component completely behind a feature flag and turn it on when everyone is happy and ready. Right? Component versioning. Let's say you have an app header that is called as my company, my app components app header 1.0 and 2 types of app set. The core team's responsibility is to maintain both the versions of app cell as ongoing. They have to support it till everyone has moved on to the second version of the component. When you do this, when you maintain 2 versions simultaneously, it gives a lot of flexibility to the feature teams to let them adopt those components at their own pace. And we normally use this style, a reverse domain name system to name those components. It's easy. It again comes from how REST API has been versioning their components thus far. So people usually who have backend experience will find this versioning very, very similar. It's also a good idea to add a deprecation warning. So people who are working, the feature teams, know that, hey, there is a new version of this component when they compile the app. So they can start using that. Very, very similar to REST API versioning. Now, by providing multiple versions, you are actually giving times for the feature team to adopt your new component, which is a good thing, right? Now, it's not all rosy. There are still some pitfalls. And most of the pitfalls can be, a vast majority of them can be solved by making multiple versions of the same component and using feature flags to hide partially developed features into the working software. But make sure that the number of feature flags you use are minimum, and make sure that you don't have 200 different components, or else no one who's working on the core team will know which component is latest and so on. So yeah. Now, there are a little more issues that could come up, integration issues mainly because the DevOps team or the integration team who usually integrates everything together might sometimes miss on something, and this could be caught only at the last moment because every feature team is working on their own example app that integrates just their own screen. So it's better to continuously integrate and see how your app looks, probably once or more than twice a week at least. And the other pitfall that we often face is UI tests failing when a UI test failure is only caught in the integration stage, because feature teams don't write or maintain UI tests; they only write and run unit tests. But again, a good CI and unit testing infrastructure could solve some of these problems. You don't have to do anything fancy with custom repositories and custom project files, custom scripts, and tons of stuff. But at the end, do what's for your team, and that's it. That's the end of my talk. Thanks, everyone. Reach out to me on Twitter. I'll be posting these slides online, so you can click on that link. Otherwise, it's at Mugund Kumar, my name. I'm open for questions now.
Hi, Mugunt. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we are waiting for some question. Okay, there is a question from Cicero Camargo.
Where do I see the question?
Oh,
do you have it?
yes. Do you have experience with this approach and SwiftUI?
I haven't done any SwiftUI in a more professional setting like this, but I don't think it's going to be any different. As long as you can make an independent framework, as long as you can make a package with your SwiftUI components, it should be fine. But till iOS 13, Swift Package Manager did not support resources. So if SwiftUI is going to use a image or a PDF or anything, you probably won't be able to load it. We've been using CocoaPods for that. Yeah.
Mugunth, I think that
Yes.
there is no other question. Maybe you can take a look at any time on your agenda, and maybe if someone okay, someone is asking you if you can do a speed test. Okay, but that's not the problem. We You can check your agenda in the schedule. You
Okay.
can check your agenda and maybe receive other questions and answer directly by the chat. And
Okay.
I hope to see you for the closing of the conference. If you can be
Yeah.
there,
Sure.
I don't know if you can, but
Yeah.
we hope so. And thank you very much for the wonderful talk. As someone
Yeah.
says, love this approach because Prinians said that he loves your approach because it make things simpler in a complex world. So is a good compliment, and thank you very much for this
Thank
talk.
you for inviting me. And
Thank you again. So see you later, Mugun.
yep. See you.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Mohamed. You are online. You can start your presentation. Thanks a lot to be here.
All right, thank you so much. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and begin. So today's topic is SwiftUI apps using MVVM design pattern. All right, hold on a second. There we go. All right. My name is Mohammed Azam. Okay, let's go. Yep, there we go. I'm the lead instructor at Digital Crafts. It's a boot camp. So I teach full stack web development, React, Redux, Node, PostgreSQL, and all the other stuff, all the other cool stuff. I'm also instructor on Udemy and LinkedIn. So sometime I travel to California to record some videos for LinkedIn. And I have a lot of courses on Udemy. All right. Author, speaker, explorer, always trying to go to different places and visit different places. Right. So the agenda for this talk is understanding the MVVM design pattern. Now, this is more of a very introductory kind of a talk where I will explain to you that how you can use MVVM design pattern in your Swift UI applications. We are also going to look at different kind of view model patterns because there's not only like one kind of a pattern that you can apply when you're working with Swift UI applications. There are a lot of different patterns. And we are going to also look at a demo where I will show you a very, very, very simple app that is built using MVVM design pattern. All right, and we're going to build the app, parts of it, when we are working on the app. Okay. So what exactly is MVVM design pattern? Now, MVVM design pattern, believe it or not, is just a fancy name. That's not the original name of the pattern. The original name of the pattern is actually presentation model. And here's the diagram from Martin Fowler. And you can see it's a pretty old pattern. It goes back to 2004. So where does this MVVM stuff comes from, right? MVVM is just a fancy name given by Microsoft when they started working on the WPF, which is Windows Presentation Foundation. It's a framework for building your Windows application. So that's the part that they said, okay, we're just going to call presentation model the MVVM design pattern or MVVM pattern, model, view, model. So MVVM design pattern, it's a design pattern. So just because it's from Microsoft or it's a fancy word from Microsoft, it doesn't really mean that I can't really use it in iOS development or Java development or Android development. It's a design pattern. It doesn't really care about the language that you are working with. You can simply use any pattern that you like. It comprises of 3 different parts: model, view, and view model. Now, let's take a look at these different layers, that what each of these layers actually mean. The view is something that is seen on the screen with your eyes. All right. So in this particular screenshot, you can see the view is just the movies, right? So you can actually see the list of movies. Let me actually go ahead and also pull up so that I can look at your questions in a different window. All right. So view is simply a list of movies. In this case, that's the view. Now, if you were running this on a TV app, then a view will be, well, whatever is displayed on Apple TV or Apple Watch or iPad. So that will be the view. The view model, and I think that's where the confusion lies a little bit, that what exactly is the point of a view model. The whole point of the view model is to provide the data and the behavior to the view so that the view can work with the data. So either the view can display the data or view can interact with the data. And the data provided to the view model is by the domain layer. And that's the most important part, that the domain layer is the one that is providing you with the data. Domain layer is where all the logic of the application is. This is where your business rules are. This is one of the most important layers of your application. So the domain layer provides the data to the view model, and view model can actually kind of decide that, hey, domain layer, you have like these 30 properties. I don't really want those 30 properties. I only want 5 properties to display. So I'm just going to display those 5 properties on the view. The domain layer gets the data from the database layer, and obviously database layer gets the data from the database. All right. So this is kind of like the hierarchy or the flow when you are developing your MVVM architecture, MVVM application. Now, this actually kind of changes a bit when you are looking at the MVVM design pattern with a client-server applications. The view and the view model kind of remains the same, but there's another piece added, which is called the model, not the domain layer, but a model, also known as the DTO, which stands for the data transfer object. And you'll see that when we're doing iOS development, sometimes we refer to our model or DTO as the domain layer, but it is not. It's not the domain layer. It's simply a data transfer object. If you have written any app that takes data from an API from the server and decodes it into a class or a structure, that particular structure is called the DTO. Because usually it doesn't really have any kind of a behavior, right? I mean, it just has some properties, and the JSON is going to be encoded or decoded to that particular structure. So that is called the client-side model or the DTO, data transfer object. It usually does not contain any behavior, and the only responsibility of the DTO is to take the data from the server, probably in a JSON format, decode it into its own model, and then forward that model or parts of that model to the view model. So in a client-server MVVM architecture, you will see that most of your domain layer will be living inside the actual server. You can see, in this case, the domain layer is right over here, which is on the server side. And that is a very important piece. You should never expose your domain layer, the layer that contains all the business logic and all the functions, to the client side, because anyone can hack it, anyone can call wrong functions, and now you have a very tight coupling with your domain layer. Anything that your business changes, now you have to update your client interface, which is a very, very tight coupling. You should never do those kind of things. All right. Now, once again, domain model on the top. You can see right over here, domain model on the top, how it is different from the view model. The domain model over here for a bank account might contain some properties like the name of the bank account or the name of the person, the account number, the social security number, account ID, date created, and also some behaviors like creating an account, updating account, transferring funds, combining accounts, closing accounts. These are all behaviors that you have which are for the actual logic, actual business rules of the application. So that is called the domain model. The view model, on the other hand, is the one that is simply taking the data and is displaying it on the screen or interacting with the user input, a click of a button. Maybe you scroll something, maybe you hover on something. So those kind of actions are provided by the view model. The view model is only responsible to provide the data that is to be given to the actual view. All right. All right. Now, when we talk about view model, which is responsible for providing the data to the view, we come across many different patterns of view model. One of the model is called, or one of the pattern is called the view model or container view model pattern. First of all, when you are creating view models, you have to be sure that you're creating one view model at least per screen. So if you have a screen like the one that we have right now, which is responsible for showing you a list of movies, as you can see, then I will have one view model which is controlling the entire screen. Now you can see that in this case, the view model that I have is called the movie list view model. I like to prefix my view models with the word view model, so I know that I'm talking about the view model. And everything on the screen will be binded or will be controlled by the view model. So you can see that we have a search function over here, or a search text box. Whenever the person types something in the search box, it automatically gets populated in the search field. Now, one view model, which in this case, you can see the movie list view model, controls the entire screen, but that particular view model can also have other view models. So you can see this particular whole entire screen, this one, is controlled by the movie list view model, but the individual movies, these ones, which are only the Batman movies, these individual movies are controlled by a list of view model. So we are creating another view model, which is called the movie view model, which controls the individual movies. So this is kind of like a parent-child relationship when you are creating a screen view model, also known as a container view model. One view model is controlling the entire screen, and then it is divided into other view models which are controlling other parts of the screen. We can also see this kind of approach, the screen view model or the container view model, in the Stocks application, which is the application in your iPhone. We have the stock news view model, which kind of controls the whole thing, this thing. But then the Stocks application screen is divided into two different sections, right? The top section is displaying the stocks, and the bottom section is displaying the news. So this can be controlled by another view model, which is stocks, but the bottom part can be controlled by another view model, which is news. So you can see that one view model is controlling everything or representing the screen, but that particular view model, the container view model, can contain other view models which are controlling smaller parts of the screen. And by doing this kind of a hierarchy, it always gives you a flexibility that, oh, I needed to add a search bar, or I needed to add something else. Then you can add those things in the stock news view model, which is kind of like the parent of all view models. So that's very interesting that using this container approach in the end gives you a little bit more flexibility. All right. The next one are read-only view models. Those small view models that we have seen that are only displaying information on the screen, which are displaying this movie, they can be represented by code, something like this. And you can call them a read-only view models because, well, there's no way to add some property to it or assign some properties to it. So the prime example is a movie view model. As you can see in the code, it is a read-only view model because it only, well, you can only read it. You can only display it on the view. You can't really assign it. By the way, if you have questions, you can definitely use the chat to ask questions. I will try my best to answer those questions as we go along. The final view model is a view state view model. Now, view state is a term that I am taking from the ASP.NET Web Forms. So if anyone has worked with ASP.NET Web Forms, there was a view state, which basically simply means that you are capturing the values of the input controls and storing it in the page in a hidden field. But obviously, that is not what we do in iOS development. The view state model basically, or view model basically simply says that this view model will be capturing or will be related or responsible for capturing the values. So what this means is that instead of creating multiple fields, one for the multiple state, one for the email, one for the password, and one for the confirm password. So 3 different properties in our view model or in our view. We can actually, what we can do is we can simply create a view state view model, which is create account view model, and use that as a state. This means that we can simply bind the properties directly to our view state view model. And now, instead of managing 3 different separate fields like email and password and confirm password, we're only managing one particular view model, which is the view state view model, in this case, a create account VM. And that helps you to take input and then simply perform a 2-way binding and put that everything inside the create view model. Right. So in this case, I mean, we won't really be using view controllers because this is a talk about SwiftUI. But you can use the design pattern, which is the MVVM design pattern, in your UIKit application, where the default framework or the default design pattern is view controller or MVC, model view controller. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the small demo. So here is our app. You can see this app will have a content view, and we can take a look at the screen and everything. This is a very, very simple app. And what this app is actually doing is it's trying to fetch the sessions from the server and simply trying to display the session. It also have a page where you can create the session, but it doesn't really create the session on the server, all right? The server is the one that contains all the business logic. None of that is implemented. It's just a fake server that I put together. It doesn't really have any logic or anything like that. Now, this particular page or this particular view is not using the MVVM design pattern. So the question is, how can we accommodate, how can we use the MVVM design pattern and add it to our application? So let's go ahead and see what the application actually looks like right now. I mean, right now, it's not really going to display anything, to be honest. I mean, it's literally going to say that there is nothing to display because, as you can see in the SwiftUI code, there is nothing really going on, all right? So what we want to do is we want to display a list of sessions, which is coming from Swift Heroes. So I created a fake server, and that is the fake server we're going to look at that returns you some list of stuff, all right? So you can still see my computer is actually kind of slow, so it is going to take a while for this to load. But you're not going to see anything because, you know, we don't really have any sessions. We're not really displaying anything at this point. All right, so the first thing, while it loads, the first thing we want to do is we need to create some sort of a view model to accommodate this particular view. What's the responsibility of this view? Well, the responsibility of this view is to display a list of speaking sessions. All right. Now, who will be responsible for pulling all the sessions, for downloading all these sessions? You can see right now it doesn't display anything. It's kind of like this. So the person who will be responsible for fetching all the session is the web service. The web service already contains code to fetch or get all the sessions. I mean, these are all sessions fetched from a fake server. I mean, it does return you JSON, but it's all like fake JSON. So now the question is, okay, what do we want to do? Should we just go in the content view in our view and call get all sessions? That's not a good idea. Again, the content view should be asking the view model that, hey, can I get the session? The view model, always remember, the view model is responsible for accommodating the view, providing the data to the view. So this is where I've created a view model. It's called the session list view model. This is a parent model or a container model. This means that this particular view model will be providing the data and providing the behaviors to our content view so that we can display some view models over here. I've also created a model. Now, this is also known as a model. This is not the domain model. This is simply a model. So this means that this particular model, not sure why it's not appearing over here. Okay, so that is not working. All right, so this particular model, which is session, is also known as a DTO. This is the one that will get populated from the server. All right, and then this model is the one that we feed to the view model and then display it on the screen. The reason that we are not directly displaying this on the screen is that this is the DTO. It doesn't really have any behavior. And maybe we need a behavior. Maybe we need to massage the data. Maybe we don't really want to display the title like that, or we want to format the data. And it is not the responsibility of a DTO to do any kind of those things. The only responsibility of the DTO is to get the data from the server, and that's it, and give it to someone else. So session list view model will be responsible for providing the data to the actual view model. Actual view. So how should we implement this? Well, first of all, we need a read-only model. We need a child model that will be displaying every single session. And we don't really have that. So I'm going to go ahead and create another model, which is called the session view model. A session view model is one particular session. So if you're displaying 5 or 30 sessions, a session view model will represent every single session. A session can have a title, and a session can have a speaker. And you can see that over here, I'm formatting the data in a way that the view actually needs. I'm formatting the data. I'm making the title capitalized. But I can do whatever I want over here. If I was displaying some currency, I can format it right over here and give it to the view. So the view can only display it. Using the container view model pattern, we can go ahead and create our session array inside the session list view model. We also want to create an instance of a web service so that the session list view model can go ahead and get all the different sessions. I mean, the session list view model or a view model is not going to perform the fetch on its own. It's going to take help from a web service. Whenever we create an instance of session list view model, we're going to go ahead and initialize it. We're initializing our web service over here. Once we initialize our web service, all we need to do is to call our function, which is get all sessions, and get all the sessions. Now you can see that get all session is not doing the fetch on its own. Get all session is asking the view, asking the web service to give us all the sessions. Now, one of the things that is missing from this view model, the session list view model, is that we assign the value after fetching it, we map through it. You can see that once we fetch all the information from the web service, we get a list of sessions. But those will be the list of model sessions, which is indicated right over here. You can see the result type on line number 24 is not view model. We are returning a session model, the DTO object, or just a client model. We need to go through each of these session models and then map it to our view models. And that is exactly what we're doing over here. On line 27, we go through a list of sessions, a DTO object, and then it returns, it maps it to a session view model, the individual view model that we have that represent individual sessions. Finally, we assign it right over here on line number 27. We assign self.sessions equals to whatever sessions that we are returning, keeping in mind that the sessions property declared on line number 12 inside the session list view model is of type array of session view model. So this view model is for the whole screen, which consists of list of other view models. The question is, even if you do assign this, how are you going to tell the view that there's some new data that I just received and you better update yourself? Go ahead and update and display the session. And that is where the SwiftUI's new features come into play. And one of those features is creating an observable object. Observable object simply means, and it can only be applied on a class, it means that we can actually observe changes to the properties when you assign them. So since we want to tell our view that, hey, we got the new sessions and you can go ahead and update yourself, you can display those things, we have to mark this with published. This is a property wrapper that is already part of the SwiftUI. And what this says is that every time you set this sessions property, it is going to call an event. It is going to notify whoever is listening. And that person who is listening can go ahead and, well, update their UI, update their user interface, and become in sync with the data. And also, whenever you are assigning the sessions property, you always have to make sure that you are doing it on the main thread. If you don't do it on the main thread, you can get unexpected results. And also, Xcode is actually going to tell you that, hey, you got to do it on the main thread. So with all these changes, now we can go back to our content view, and we can go ahead and display all of this information. So now if I go back to the content view, which is right here, the first thing I can do is I can go ahead and create an instance of the session list view model. So I can go ahead and do that over here. You can see that I'm marking this with observed object, which means that this object is being observed, and now I can get all the changes. I can deal with the changes, I can get the changes, I can display the changes. We also need to make sure that we are calling the get sessions function, and we will call that right over here on appear, which means that the view has now appeared. So we can go ahead and call it over here. So once a view appears, we can actually call this. This is going to call the get all sessions function, which is right here. It's going to take the web service, it's going to go through the web service, and eventually asynchronously it's going to return and assign all those sessions to the sessions property, which is marked with published. And since it is marked with published, it is going to notify whoever is listening, which in this case is the view, and the view can now update itself. Now, we obviously don't really have any way to display it, so we will go ahead and change this to some sort of a control that can be used to display it. All right. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that I'm using a title over here. You should not use a title to determine the change of or uniqueness of a session. So probably you should have some sort of an ID, and most probably a session will have a session ID. I just don't have it. But over here, try to use something a little bit more unique. You should not use a title property to mark the uniqueness of a particular item. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and build this and try to also run it. Now, when the first time and the service on which the server is hosted, it usually sleeps. So the first time we are going to make a call, it might take a little bit of time to get it back because it's sleeping. It's going to wake up, and then hopefully it's going to give us the results. So we're just waiting for it to wake up. For now, it's a free service, so can't really complain that, oh, why is it taking so long? But it's a free service, so it takes, for the first time, it takes a while. And there we go. So you can see that we were able to fetch all the different sessions, and we were able to display all the sessions in our view. Using the MVVM design pattern, we use a container view model, and we also used a read-only view model whose job is to simply present a session onto the screen. All right. If you have any question, you can definitely go ahead and ask in the umbrella. I'm actually looking at that. So let me know if you have any questions. All right, so this is how you can use the container view model or the screen view model to display information. Let's take a look at a different part where we are trying to create a new session. So this will be on the page or on the view, which is called the add session view model. All right. Now, if we go to our add session view, which is responsible for creating a session, there are a couple of things that you will note about this. You can see that there is a title on the right-hand side in the preview. You can see there is a title text box and a speaker text box and a save button. And in the add session view, you can see that we are using the form element of SwiftUI. And we are using broken rules. Don't worry about these broken rules. I'll show you later. But focus on this section over here on the top. So what are we trying to do in this small section from line number 20 to 24? Well, we're trying to ask the user to give us a title and also to give us the speaker name using a text box. Whenever we type something in the text box, it goes directly to our two fields, which are at the top, right over here and right over here. So line number 15 and line number 16. And this works perfectly fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But consider a scenario that you are filling out a long form, maybe to renew your driver license or to even apply for a driver license. I mean, those forms can be really long, right? Or a medical form, that can be insanely long. So if you are trying to do any of those or filling out any of those forms, you will have to create these different properties. A lot of these properties, right? Maybe it's like 10, 15, or even 20 different state properties. So instead of creating individual properties like this, maybe you can take help from the view state view model pattern. And that pattern is very simple because it only says that you will create a particular structure or a particular view model to represent the input fields or the data that you'll be putting in. So if you go and check out the implementation of this particular view model, which is add session view state, you can see it's like really nothing. It's simply a structure that takes in a title and it takes in the speaker. So now we can use this instead of creating these two fields, and we can simply substitute all of this stuff with this part. Now the question is why? Why are we doing all of this stuff? What benefit does it provide? Well, the first benefit it provides is that we don't have to have those 30 fields that were capturing all of these different things. The second benefit it provides is that now this is already filled out, meaning when you type something in the text field, it is already filled out in the add session view state. So this instance will already have all of the information, the title and the speaker and everything, and you can pass this around. And that's exactly what we end up doing. We pass this around when you press the save button. You can actually pass this around. You can see, let me see if I can actually use this. Here we go. So you can actually pass this around now. So this add session, the whole screen is represented by a completely different view model, which is the add session view model. I mean, I can show you the code for that. It has some rules also built in. Don't worry about the rules. So don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. I just got a little bit carried away and created these rules. But this is the add session view model. And don't worry about these things. And you can see that we have a function called save a session. Yes, that's actually a very good point, that you can also use a view model as a protocol. And so that you can change my test and you can actually still keep the, okay, so I'll talk about testing a little bit later on, but you can see you can pass in the session view model and you can then validate it. So it's always a good idea to have managing one instance rather than managing 20 different fields. And by managing one instance, it also gives us a little bit more help so that we can go ahead and validate it. Validation is a different topic, but we're doing a little bit of a validation over here, not too much. All right. So now if we go back to our add session view, you can see that when you click the save button, I simply take the parent or the container view model, which in this case is the add session view model. I call the save session, and I pass in the add session view state, which already has all the information filled out. Once it reaches over there, once it reaches the save session, we validate it. But now the question is, okay, this is a client-server app. What should we do now? I mean, we have all the stuff in this session view state because when the user typed it out, it already populated automatically by the way of binding. What should we do at this point? Should we just send the view state view model instance back to the server? No. When you are calling the server, you have to make sure that you are using your DTO objects. So that is exactly what I'm doing. I'm converting the session, the person when they typed in, into a DTO object, which is session model. And then eventually we send out that session model over here. This is not going to add anything on the server. It's not really implemented, but this is just to show you that how you can do those things. So how do we convert a view state session or view state view model to a session DTO object or a model object? Well, if you go to your session, you can see that our session has an extension which takes in the add session view state, simply copies the properties and give it back. And that's it. And this is the person, this is actually now, since we are also interested in sending it, it doesn't have to be only decodable, it has to be codable because we are encoding and decoding. So we just updated that, and now it is also codable. So we can send it across the wire. All right. So always make sure that when you are sending something across the wire using a web service, you never send out a view model. You always convert that view model to a particular view, a particular model, also known as a DTO object, a request object, response object, whatever you want to call it. You convert it into that, and then you send the whole thing to the server. Because the expectation of the server might be very different, obviously, than the view model. So if you are sending a view model, and that view model has some behaviors, that's not a good idea, right? So that's why it's always a good idea to change it or to convert it into a DTO object or a model, and then send it with the server. As you can see, I'm doing it right here. And this pattern has been followed. I mean, Microsoft has been doing that for like a billion years. When I was working in 2006, 2007, 2008, and building like WPF application, we use these kind of similar architecture to create request object and response object so that we don't have a very tight kind of like a coupling between the server and the client. All right. So this is all the code that I have. Now in this code, the question is, where is the business logic? Where is your domain layer? So since this is a client-server application, the domain layer exists on the server. Server is the one who is performing all kind of rules and regulations and business logic to make sure that you cannot add multiple sessions, that a person, a user, or a speaker cannot have more than one session that they're speaking, and all of those things. So they are maintained on the server. The client is just a very dumb client. It's simply taking in the information and simply displaying it. Now, if you do want to validate the view model or validate the view, that is again the responsibility of the view model. And you can see that I wrote a very simple validation function over here, which is simply validating the view model state. You can see that how our view state view model is coming in handy because it has all the information. So we can simply go ahead and validate this. There are some projects in SwiftUI that you can simply decorate your properties with the appropriate property wrappers. So you don't even have to do all of this stuff if you don't want to. I think it's called like a validation library for SwiftUI and all that. All right. Okay, so let's move back to the slides. All right, so we've seen the demo, and let's see if I can move forward. Key points. Try to use a container or screen view to encapsulate your child view. So make sure that you are writing one view model per screen. This is always going to give you a little bit more flexibility that in the future, if you like to change something, if you like to add a search bar, if you like to add something at the footer or bottom, the container or the screen view model pattern is going to allow you to do that. And you can apply the same thing to your views also. You can have a much larger screen view, like a screen container view, and all the child containers will be, or the child views will be inside the screen view. And this is the pattern actually follows in Flutter. Flutter is a framework from Google, which uses Dart language, and it is exactly like SwiftUI. I mean, if you know SwiftUI, you can jump onto Flutter. If you know Flutter, you can jump onto SwiftUI. The similarities are actually very much, I mean, they're very, very similar. And in Flutter, what they do is they create one screen view, which can, or the screen or the page, which represent the whole page view. So just like the view model, they also have a container view. Don't write unit tests for your view model. This is where people will be like, whoa, what are you, crazy? What do you mean don't write unit tests for your view model? Well, my question to them is, do you actually have logic in your view model? Do you? I mean, do you have actual logic, a business logic in your view model? If you have, then you got something else coming. Do you write tests for your controllers also? Like your view controllers? You shouldn't be writing tests for your view controllers. What are you putting like logic in your view controllers? That's already wrong. So I've been testing for like 20 years, and what we have seen in testing is that people will just write tests just for the sake of writing tests. You should be testing the business logic layer. You should not be testing your view model. You should not be testing your controllers. Why are you writing business logic in your view model? Why are you writing business logic in your controllers? Now, I'm not saying that the code that you write in your view model never has to be tested. It will be tested, but not with unit tests. You can write your integration tests, you can write your acceptance tests, and all of those things are going to help you test the actual logic against the real stuff. Not some fake stuff that, I can create a protocol and I can inject a protocol and mock it. Why are we mocking stuff? This is the stuff that you own. You don't mock the stuff that you own. You can mock a web service that you don't own. Sure, go ahead and do that. But why are we mocking the stuff that we own? And I'm out of breath now. And the iOS community, and I've seen in general, is that they're like, oh, look, I have like 2,000 tests. Now, that's 2,000 wrong tests. You are testing, I've seen some of the tests that are checking, can I add something to an array? Oh, I can add 2 items to an array. I can add 5 items to an array. What are we testing? Are we testing Swift language actually? Are you telling me you're actually testing the Swift language? You can add 2 items from an array. Look, I can delete from an array. That's another test. I can delete 2 items from an array. That's 4 tests now. Great. No. So when you're testing, you should be testing the business logic, the brains, the heart of the app. All right? You should not be testing or making up these tests just for the sake of making up the test. So in your application, that's, 2,000 wrong tests, right? And I will also encourage you to test out or to check out behavior-driven development. Now, testing is a very different topic. I don't want to jump into that right now, but behavior-driven development kind of tells you that you have to look at your application or writing the test, not from inside out, but outside in. So you look at the actual feature that you're trying to implement, and you write the test, the failing test, from outside in. So you kind of like start with the acceptance test, and it fails and fails and fails, and then you move to the unit test, and then eventually it actually passes. So make sure that you're writing the right unit test. writing tests for view model, writing unit tests for view model or controller, or mocking stuff and then putting it in the controller, injecting into a controller or something else, that doesn't make any sense. You should only mock stuff that you just don't own. Why are we mocking stuff that we own? Just call the real stuff, the real thing. And the final thing is that use view state model instead of individual properties. We have already seen that how the view state model can actually help you to encapsulate the whole view text boxes or data, and it can then be passed around. You can you can validate it, you can convert it into a DTO object, and so much more. So try to use those things. It's always a good idea to pass less parameters, less arguments to functions rather than more. So 0 is the ideal number, but 1 is much better than 3, right? So if you're passing 3 arguments to a function, maybe try to see if you can just wrap it around with an object and pass 1. So all of these things actually matter in the long term of your project. Some of the resources, this is one of the books that I wrote in MVVM in SwiftUI, and it is obviously a digital book. It is available on this particular URL. I also have a Udemy course that talks about MVVM design patterns in SwiftUI. Now, this particular course will go a little bit also onto the Node side, meaning JavaScript side, and it will tell you that, okay, how would you write your domain layer? But all of that is written on the server side using JavaScript, Node, and all that stuff. And here's the final course. This course is only about Swift. This is actually the 20-hour course on SwiftUI. It covers pretty much anything that you can imagine in SwiftUI, for like SwiftUI for iOS 14 also, core data, core ML, and machine learning, and machine learning with SwiftUI or integrating with SwiftUI, MVVM design pattern, APIs, neumorphic design, and just so much more. My contact information, I'm on Twitter, Azam Sharp. My Gmail is azamsharp@gmail.com, and my website is azamsharp.com. And that is pretty much it. Thank you so much for coming to this session. And if you have any questions, we believe that I do have some time for taking questions. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Yeah, it was so much fun. Hopefully, I think, next time or next time we'll be able to do this in person, and I would definitely be very interested in going to the beautiful Italy and all that stuff,
Oh, we hope so. We hope so. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mohammed. We got a question on Umbrella. I can sending you on the chat and putting it on the screen so you can see the banner with the.
Oh,
okay, that's the question.
Okay, so the question is, I would like to inject the view model as a protocol so I can change it in my test, but I get a compile time error. Is there a way to inject the view model but to keep the publish annotation for some properties? Well, depends on what kind of error that you are getting. You can create, and I think, in my application, I did created a what is that called? A protocol, although that protocol was mostly for something else, for validation part. But I get a compilation time error. Is there a way to inject view model but still keep the publish annotation for some properties? You should be able to do that. You should be able to create. It depends on the compilation error, what exactly is the error actually saying. Since we don't really have the error, you should be able to simply create a view model protocol. You can also tell the protocol that it will only be applied to the classes, since your view model pretty much will be classes in most cases. But keep in mind that you are obviously trying to do that for test. Why not just pass a real view model? That's, if you're writing a test, just pass the real view model. I mean, try to do that. I mean, I know that you are trying to mock it. You're trying to say, hey, if I click this button, then change this property. But why would we do that, right? I mean, if we own the view model, and if it's only the service that is going to be changing because you don't own the service, then maybe it might be better to just mock the service itself, like the web service. So I've seen this kind of approaches, like we are mocking everything in our test, and our test becomes pretty much like everything is mocked. And I think you should only mock the stuff that you don't own. And if you own view model, then there is no point of mocking it for test. All right, everyone. Any other questions?
I think, Azam, that there is no other question, but we have Michael Lin online, so maybe, I don't know, Michael, if I have some question, but maybe I can ask you if you know something about MongoDB, and you can interact with Michael and tell the attendees how to use MongoDB, and maybe you have some question you can put each other, and so I putting Michael in the stream.
Okay, sure. I will.
Michael.
Hey,
Hi,
what's up?
Michael.
Ciao. Hello.
Hello.
Great talk. I have to apologize. I didn't catch the entire talk. I came in a little late, so I missed some of the context. But really well done, Azam. I enjoyed the content. Oh, is he gone? There he is.
I'm here.
Yeah. Great job. Really well done. I have to say that I've checked out a couple of your courses, and really solid content. A really straightforward approach to presenting the subject. So well done there.
Yeah. Thanks.
Have you done any work with MongoDB?
I have worked with MongoDB with web applications. So at our last, not client, but my employer, we use MongoDB, and we also use SQL Server. So the client side website was MongoDB, and the administrative portion was SQL Server. But I teach for a living. Actually, in 8 minutes, I have to start a class. But I also teach really basic MongoDB stuff. It's not really part of the curriculum, but I also try to teach document databases. So one of them, or the only one, is a MongoDB, obviously, with Node. So we use Mongoose.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had Val Karpov, who is the maintainer of Mongoose, on the podcast, on the MongoDB podcast, and always love chatting with Val. And the Mongoose framework is fantastic for working with MongoDB. That's great. Awesome. Some exciting stuff happening with MongoDB and Swift. That's what I'm going to be talking about at the top of the hour. We're talking about how MongoDB and Realm have come together. Oh. Nice. And the Swift development community is going to benefit from that, because we've got some really exciting news around Swift server side. So if you're a server developer and you want to take those skills that you've learned working with iOS and work with them on the server side, you can do that. And you can also leverage a really quality data persistence layer like MongoDB.
Awesome.
So, yeah. Terrific.
I've always been interested in server side. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I would like to thanks again Azam, and lead him to his courses. And so thank you very much, Mohammed. I will really hope to see you in Turin next year, and for a live conference. Thank you again. We really hope you can be present at the end of this day, but we know that you are at work, so you cannot be present. So for this little round table at the end, we are going to do. But thank you again. So have a nice day, and and see you in 2 weeks. We hope.
Yeah.
We really
Thank
hope.
you. Thank you for the opportunity, Francisco. And Michael, best of luck with your session. I think it's going to be awesome.
Thank you.
I'll definitely
Thank
watch the recordings. Going to go ahead and jump into my class. I think my students will be waiting, but I'll go and jump over there. But thanks a lot, everyone, for coming. And I will see you later.
See you.
See you.
Bye. Thank you, Michael, to be here. Now we have to wait 5 minutes, so I will put a banner and I will recall you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for coming to the conference and for selecting this talk. I really appreciate you being here. My name is Michael Lin, and I'm a developer advocate with MongoDB. And today, I'm going to talk a little bit about MongoDB, about Realm, and where these two things come together. Really quickly, I'll mention that I cover these topics and many more on the MongoDB podcast. You might be interested in learning more about other aspects of MongoDB. You can check that out at any of your favorite podcast networks, Apple, Google, Spotify. Be sure to subscribe. I also hang out at the community. And if you have questions after, if you didn't get to answer or ask them during the presentation or directly after, please visit me in the community at community.mongodb.com, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have there. Today, I'm going to talk about MongoDB. I'll be delivering a brief introduction to MongoDB. If you're familiar with MongoDB already, it's going to be a bit of a review. If you're not, it'll be an introduction. I'll talk about Realm, RealmDB, and Realm Sync. These are amazing products that help you create apps that don't suck. And then I'll explain where these worlds collide, MongoDB and Realm, and how they come together and how the Swift development community can benefit. You know, when I was putting this talk together, I was reminded of a television show from the 2015 timeframe. It was a great science fiction TV show where an alien crashes to Earth and finds himself in this star-crossed romance with a human. And it really reminds me of the relationship between MongoDB. So bear with me as I go through this. On one side of the tracks, so to speak, you have this server-side developer, and he's developing applications using server-side technologies, and he enjoys flexibility as it relates to his data persistence layer. And he works in objects and enjoys being able to leverage JSON, just native JSON objects in his code, and working with triggers and data reactivity. He enjoys all these things as he's developing his applications, and especially enjoys an idiomatic approach to data persistence in his code. That means when he's working in Python, he can use Pythonic expressions to manipulate the data rather than having to learn some new syntax or language. And he also enjoys a seamless synchronization layer. So synchronizing data between servers automatically, providing really great resilience and high availability in his applications. So he naturally chooses MongoDB for that. And as a server-side developer, he enjoys using MongoDB. On the other side of the tracks, we have another developer. Now she focuses on mobile applications. She also enjoys flexibility and working in objects and JSON, reactivity in the database, and an idiomatic approach. So using codables and objects directly in her Swift code when she's working in iOS, and seamless data synchronization between devices. So for her data persistence layer, she chooses Realm. But see, this is where the drama ensues. Will they ever be able to come together and work collaboratively where MongoDB and Realm are in the same application stack? They're certainly star-crossed. So she says, "Damn it, Roman." Roman is the other character's name. MongoDB is just not available for mobile, and Realm simply doesn't work in the server space. Can't you just use Realm? And of course, Emery, he says to Emery, but baby, Realm is not available for server applications, and there's no MongoDB driver for Swift. I guess we're just star-crossed. So that's all in the past, and that's over. So today we've got MongoDB and Realm, and they're coming together and available in the Swift space. And as a Swift developer, you can certainly enjoy the benefits of both of these great technologies. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Let's focus a little bit on MongoDB, and we'll get into why developers enjoy using MongoDB. MongoDB uses a document data model and has, as part of its architecture, MQL, where you may be used to SQL. We think it's simply the fastest way to innovate. See, relational technologies in SQL was developed many, many years ago, 50 years ago, And as a part of that architecture, they designed it so that it would maximize efficiency on data storage and minimize the amount of storage you're using. Today, that's not such a big concern, but what is a big concern is your time as a developer. So any time that you're spending on lack of flexibility in your code, that's valuable time that increases the total cost of developing an application. The second reason is that MongoDB presents a multi-cloud global database option. And I'm going to show you how in literally minutes you can deploy a cluster of highly available, highly scalable servers in literally minutes. And lastly, it is truly a data platform. So it's a unified experience for managing and manipulating your data using a consistent API across platforms. So let's go a little bit deeper into the data model. If you're coming to this talk from a relational background, you'll be very used to the ERD on the left, where you see the table design. That's common practice. That's how you design a data layout or a schema in relational technologies. You separate the data by the type of data that you have. And on the right side, we've got a document. It looks like a JSON document. And as you know, JSON is key value pairs. You've got keys that are always strings, and you've got values that can be quite flexible and even quite complex in their nature. In this example, we are showing the value of embedding data, where you might have to link it in the relational world. So we have this kind of mantra when we're looking at document data design or schema design in MongoDB. We say that data that will be accessed together should be stored together. And that's possible through the use of embedding. So we're embedding location address right in the very same document rather than placing it in another object that we have to link to. That provides a level of efficiency that is difficult to achieve in the relational world. These objects that look like JSON, they naturally map to objects in your code. So when you're manipulating your data in code, you're using standard native objects, and it's a very natural approach. MongoDB also supports the concept of polymorphism. So where you have in the relational world, you have tables and rows and columns. You simply can't have one column with a different number of, or one row with a different number of columns than another. In MongoDB, that's how you can do it. It supports polymorphism. You can have a different number of field values, key value pairs in one document right alongside another one that has a different set. That's really powerful because you can be flexible in designing how you lay out your data. MongoDB supports strong typing. So there's over 20 different types that are supported natively in MongoDB. And you might be saying, well, I know JSON and there's only a couple of types that are supported. We actually don't write the data to MongoDB in JSON. We leverage something called BSON. And BSON is a binary encoded form of JSON. And really all we're doing there is for each field, we're storing a couple of extra bytes at the end of that field to indicate what the type of data is. And that enables us to let you as the developer not have to worry about the types. You just store the data type. And when you read it back from disk, I'll give you an example. So if we didn't have this and we were just using JSON, straight JSON, when you read that data from disk, if it were a date, you would not have a date type. You would have to have, in JSON, there's no specific date type. You would have to convert it from some string and determine if the year is at the front or the back, that type of thing. With MongoDB, you have a true date type, and you can write it out to disk in that way. And I'm going to use this term idiomatic. I've used it already. What it means is you use the standard language and syntax to manipulate the data rather than having to formulate these long SQL strings and send that to some interpreter. It's all natural to you. The model constructs in the document data model we've talked about them already. Fields, these are attributes, and we have sub-document capabilities and then arrays, and these are interchangeable. So you can have arrays of sub-documents and sub-documents with additional arrays, and it can get quite quite rich in the way that you express the data and the relationships between collections of data. With MongoDB, we support the concept of a driver. So if you're using C, you're going to use the C driver. If you're using PHP, you're going to use a PHP driver. And there are drivers for pretty much every language and framework that you could possibly want to work with. And notice down at the bottom there, we've got a driver for C. I'm going to talk about that shortly. When you deploy your application with MongoDB in your stack, it's going to look something like this. And if you're using MongoDB Atlas, you'll have your application at the top using a driver. It's going to connect to your MongoDB database that is living in the cloud in one of the top 3 cloud providers. So we have support for Google Cloud, AWS, and Azure. And behind those, we're deploying instances of servers using our application called MongoDB Atlas. So to do this, you're going to log into MongoDB Atlas, select the cloud provider of your choice, and deploy the clusters of MongoDB to the size that you want. And I'll walk you through exactly what that looks like. If you're deploying a mobile application, this is what your architecture might look like. On the front end, which is over on the left there, you've got a mobile app. You're going to use the Realm database. Haven't talked too much about that yet, but I will. And then in order to keep that device data resilient in case, I don't know, maybe the subscriber or the application user wipes their device, you want to synchronize that off of the device, and you're going to do that using Realm Data Sync. And that's going to sync to a backend MongoDB database in Atlas. Pardon me. So let's dive a little bit deeper into Realm DB and Realm Sync, because this is a part of our architecture today. I don't need to tell you, your mobile developers most likely, there are 5 billion devices out there today, probably even more. It's crazy the number of devices out on the internet connected. Half of those are smartphones. And in the new world, I mean, you and I know this, app usage is just the norm. If I'm interacting with a new business, I'm concerned as to whether or not they have an app that I can do business with them. It's just the norm. People are coming to expect it. Beside that, 70% of workers are no longer sitting at desks. They're mobile. And I would be willing to bet that 70 is a conservative number given the pandemic. So I don't need to tell you the importance of developing a mobile app. The issue comes in when application developers develop apps that are not phenomenal. They need to be phenomenal in order for people to continue to use them and enjoy using them. Some of the reasons that apps suck today is, one, there's no data sync. Like, you're not synchronizing data off of the device, and consequently, users will lose their preferences, and that's just not a really good experience. The second reason is there's no real-time update. I've experienced this personally. There was a commuter app that reported the timeliness of trains, and believe it or not, they didn't have real-time updates, and consequently, late trains were not reported as late trains, early trains were not reported as early, and it was a really frustrating experience. And the last reason is that for some reason, apps are not developed with offline in mind. You know, the nature of a connected world is that there are disconnections, and not every app is going to have 100% online. So you need to be prepared, and we're going to talk about how you do that. I probably won't go too deep into this. This is just some reviews on some apps that suck in the same way that we just described. All of this is avoidable and relatively easily. And if you look at the other side of the coin, why are they really great? Like, here are just a few apps that are phenomenal that I use on a regular basis. The average rating is like 4 stars, which is crazy. And the standards, the apps that were shown here, they all have an offline capability. They were developed with offline first in mind, regardless of the strength or the resiliency of the connection that they have. They are reactive. There's immediate updates to the UI as data changes. They're resilient, they're performant and stable, and they're real-time and collaborative. And lastly, they are a seamless experience. When a person moves between devices, their preferences just follow them. So a challenge here is that some application developers will think, I can do this. I can develop an app that has all of those things, and I'm going to do it myself. Well, the do-it-yourself approach, it can be conceiving. I developed an app for a painting contractor who had 50 plus paint trucks out there, painting contractors out there rolling trucks. And I thought to myself, well, I just need to wait for an application request from the UI and send that back to the server. And eventually I'll get data back. I'll receive the data and then I'll update the UI. It's pretty simple. How hard could this be? Well, what it turned out to be was that I constantly needed to be checking whether the app was online and implementing error handling for offline scenarios and implementing a retry mechanism that was very complex. And then once my request was sent, is my app still online? Has the request timed out? Are there server errors that I have to deal with? And if I do get a response back, then is it correctly formatted? Did I get all of the data? Is it, are there write conflicts? Are there expected errors? Have I handled every exception type? And what this turned out to be was an extremely complex use case for me to code myself. And unfortunately, that was a bad experience for me. But today, I have a better tool set at hand, and this is what that looks like. So on the iOS app, I leverage Realm, and the application writes to that Realm database locally on the iOS device, and then I leverage MongoDB Realm Sync to synchronize that with a backend. Now you could try this yourself, and if you want to do the same job that Realm has done, you're going to need to hire about 250 software engineers, or you could just take more time with the resources that you have, spend about a year developing the same type of capabilities that Realm delivers, or you could select to use Realm. And Realm, by the way, is free on the device. If you're using Realm DB locally on the iOS, it's an open source app. You can download it and implement it. So there's a couple of different products that I'm going to talk about and I'm going to show you. We're talking about Realm DB, which is on the iOS device. Then we're going to go into the synchronization capability, which is going to keep your data online. And then on the other side, there's the legacy not legacy, but it's MongoDB Atlas, which is on the back end, and that's where your data goes. So think of it kind of three layers. There's the front end, the sync layer, and the back end. And I'm going to log into the back end, and I'm going to show you what that looks like, as well as show you what an application looks like. So we talked about the fact that it's offline first, and there's Realm Sync. I want to be cognizant of time, so I can show you some of this cool stuff. MongoDB Atlas, you may not be familiar with it. It's free to use. You can log into MongoDB Atlas going to cloud.mongodb.com and begin to spin up a cluster of MongoDB servers in literally about 7 minutes. It's super easy to do. You can deploy a free instance. We name the instances by tier. Each tier has a different set of resources associated with it. The M0 tier is free, and it will be free forever. You don't have to pull a credit card out to build it. There's no expiration time. You can use it. I wouldn't recommend it for a production app, but you can continue to use it forever. It's got most of the same capabilities that the larger end instances have. There's also, and I want to point this out too, there's also Realm services in Atlas. So we'll cover that. We'll go into a little bit more detail there. This is what it looks like when you're leveraging MongoDB Atlas on the back end. You've got your client syncing with Realm server. I kind of covered a little bit of this. It supports both reads and writes from the client, keeping everything in sync on the front end so that you have a seamless updating UI. I'm going to show you how to implement notification tokens so that changes that happen on the back end are automatically flowing through to your front end iOS app. I'll show you what that looks like. Don't take my word for it. Here's some just the obligatory NASCAR slide where you've got some of these great customers just really enjoying the power and flexibility of Realm. Who wants to take a look at this? Do we have any questions before we get into what this looks like? I'm going to pull up. I think I'll first go into Xcode, and we're going to take a look at what a Realm app looks like, and then I'm going to show you the backend. So we'll go front to back, and I'm going to lose a little bit of visibility. I hope I can keep track of questions as they come up. If I don't, I will at some point get to your questions. So what you're looking at here is this is a Realm app. It's fairly simple. If you want to do what I'm doing right now, you can use clone, and the GitHub address is let's sgithub.com. Merlin is my GitHub ID, and that's MRLYNN, LYNN, and the repository is called Realm Tutorial. And if you clone that, there's going to be a number of branches. Just select the main branch. Okay, so just select that, clone it, and you're going to begin right where I'm at now. So I'm not going to actually clone it again because it'll take a little bit of time. I'm just going to show you what it's like to implement Realm, and then I'll log into the back end. I'm setting a breakpoint here, and let's take a look at what this app looks like running before we actually dive into the code. So here I've already started it. I'm gonna log out. The initial view controller is fairly straightforward and simple. You'll see this pattern. Let's log in with m@m.com, and I'll sign in. And it's going to present me with some tasks. Now, these are just tasks that I want to keep track of, and tasks can have state. So if I click on one, I can start progress on a task. I can slide to delete. Okay, so we'll have 2 tasks remaining. I can add a new task, and this will be the 3rd task. Finish this talk on time. And so we've got 3 tasks in there now. Let's put that one in progress. And this task I finished, so that'll be complete. So these are being saved to the iOS device locally. And as changes are made in this app, they're being synchronized to the back end using Realm Sync. So let's go ahead and take a look at this app from the very beginning. Now, in Scene Delegate, this is the first thing that loads. We are setting an app ID. So this is just a struct with constants in it. And we're going to send that to a Realm. I should say, I completely skipped the fact that this is a third-party library. You're going to, once you clone it, it's going to look something like this. There's going to be a pod file. Obviously, we're using Cocoa pods. You're going to want to do a pod install. We'll take a quick look at the pod file to see what that looks like. We're setting the platform, and we are using Realm Swift. I'm leveraging a beta version, so kind of on a tight wire here. We'll see if everything works correctly. So Realm Swift version 10.0.0 beta 3. I think we're up to beta 5, but this is as far as I've tested so far. So once I do a pod install, I get my workspace. You're going to want to open that workspace, and that will be where we are here. The first thing that loads is our scene delegate. That's where we're going to specify this. Think of it sort of like an API key. We call it an app ID, and this is going to identify our app to the Atlas backend, and this is how we implement Realm Sync. The next thing we're doing is we're going to load the initial view controller, which is welcome view controller. This is a fairly simple project. All I've done really is deleted the main storyboard. We're not using storyboards. We're building them by hand. And so then once we load the welcome view controller, let's go up to the top here. We're pulling in our Realm Swift library. And check. Okay, so we'll pull in the Realm Swift library, and this is where we're going to define our layout, right? If we look at the app, again, see that we're building an email and a password, a sign-on button, and a sign-up button. We're creating a getter for our email and password, and then our view did load is going to do some aesthetics to make sure that everything looks nice and neat, regardless of the direction that the app is facing. Everything looks nice and tight there. We're going to create a set loading. So we have a loading indicator, and then we've got our sign up and sign in. Now, you'll note that we're using an instance of that app, right? So if we jump back to our scene delegate, that we're creating this, and if I look at this app method, that is coming from the Realm database. So you'll see these aliases set up for RLM. Everything behind the scenes is called RLM. So we're in the Realm app here, and this is what's happening when we log in. So back to our view controller. So sign up will create an email password auth with a register email. And similarly with our sign in, fairly straightforward, just passing credentials to the backend and logging in. And then we create an instance of Realm. Okay, now we have Realm in our code, and we can begin to store, based on what happens in the application using our Realm file. Once we successfully instantiate the welcome view controller and we've signed in or signed up, we're going to transfer control to our tasks view controller and passing the Realm. So we're going to pass that Realm in, and we'll go into task view controller. And here we're initializing the Realm, setting some things up. One of the things that we're setting up, which is really key here, is a notification token. So if I look at the source of this, this is part of Realm. Oh, here. This is part of Realm. And it enables us to create an observer. This is how we're able to update when the backend changes or another device updates data on our backend. This is how those changes are going to notify the front end. So we create this notification token, and we'll be using that, and we'll check on the status of the changes as they come through. There's an enum associated with the type of change. So if there's an update, we're going to make sure we process that and update the table view accordingly. And once we're doing our view did load, we're going to create a logout button once we're logged in. And I've implemented a refresh. You should not need this refresh. You shouldn't need a pull to refresh because the changes should just flow through. But it's kind of a just in case thing. It's a demo safety net, I'll call it. Okay, so standard table UI, table view controller stuff. You've got to have a cell for row at. If you're new to using table view, you'll just need to have these stubbed out functions. So you'll have cell for row at, which will help us determine what's going to be the contents of each and every cell. This function is going to be called for every cell that is number of cells. So for every one of these number of rows in selection, we're going to take the number of tasks, and we're going to iterate through this for cell for row at, and we're going to pluck off a task from our task database from Realm, and that will provide the basis of the contents for each cell. Then we'll dequeue a reusable cell, and we'll set the style, we'll set the text label to the task name, and so on. Fairly straightforward approach to creating a table UI, and the only difference is obviously that we're leveraging a Realm database locally on the device. So as changes take place, the local database is modified. So what happens when we do modify data? We'll go through this again. Sign in. And we've got three. Let's complete this one or open it. We'll leave that one open. And we've got 3 tasks with 3 different statuses. From here, what I'd like to do is introduce the backend and show you what the synced side looks like, the database sync side. So we're at 10:30. I think we're doing good on time. Here, I'm going to go into MongoDB Atlas. So MongoDB Atlas is, I've mentioned this before, it's a web-based application that MongoDB wrote. The makers of the database created this to help you deploy and manage your MongoDB instances. Now, there are 3 sections. I'm going to go right into the cluster section because I need somewhere to store my data. So I'm going to create a cluster, of database servers. So if I look at my clusters, I've only got one in this instance, but I can create multiple. I think it's helpful if I look at what it's like to create a brand new cluster. So I'll click Create New Cluster. This is our creation wizard. The first questions it's asking you is about global cluster configuration. If you have a globally deployed application, you're going to want to position your database clusters adjacent to those users so that you get really great performance. Second, you can select cloud provider. Notice when I change the cloud provider, the data centers available to me change. That's because obviously each cloud provider has a different set of data centers. I'm in Philadelphia, so I'm going to select North Virginia. And then I select the cluster tier. Now, I've already deployed one free sandbox instance in this project. You can deploy one free in each project. If you need more than one, you can deploy multiple projects. From there, you're going to increase the size based on the requirements of your application. And there's some math you can do about the read-write profile to determine how much memory and how much disk you're going to need. One really cool feature is auto scale. So MongoDB Atlas, we don't want you to pay anything more than you have to. So if your guess about the tier size is not correct, and maybe you undersized it, for example, you deployed an M2 or an M10, and you want to make sure that your users don't experience bad performance, you can turn on auto scale and select the lowest tier size can be an M10, and I'm in an M30 now, so you can't go below that, but and then you can select a higher size. So in the worst case scenario, maybe I want to set it at an M50. So if the read-write profile is maxing out CPU and memory, it's going to automatically launch up to an M50. And it'll do it in stages. It'll go to the M40 first, and if it continues to experience challenges, it'll roll to the M50. And I want to be checking on the chat. Okay. So this is what it's like to deploy a cluster. If I change the cluster name and then I hit create cluster, what we're going to get is something that looks like this. Right, here's your cluster. It's going to give you a quick view of what's happening in terms of reads and writes. You can get some more detailed metrics by clicking into the metrics panel. This will show you very detailed statistics about what's happening. But what I want to show you is I'll continue the previous demo about Realm, and I want to go into the collections. This cluster serves up several databases, and I want to see the collections that are in those databases. So I'll click on the collections tab. Here we have a list of the databases on the left. I've got my cats database, got to have a cats database. And then I've got my task tracker with 3 collections inside that database. The one that I'm concerned with right now is those tasks that I talked about. And there are those 3 tasks that we represented in the application. If we pull that up again. So you can see the statuses are exactly the same. If I were to delete one of these from the back end, I'm going to have to be quick and switch over because it does update fast. If I delete my project, this task, right, because it's done, I want to delete it. Maybe I've got an API that it's running a node app on the other end or something, a server app. I'm gonna delete that, and it's going to automatically update. I didn't hit refresh. I didn't do anything. That's because of that notification system. Realm is synchronizing between the front end and the back end. And similarly, if I add another app or another task here, when I come back here, if I refresh, let's see if I can beat it. Nope. My another task is already written. So it's pretty quick in terms of how fast it synchronizes. So that is what it looks like on the back end. We've written a very basic app. We've implemented Realm, and I've demonstrated how the front end is able to synchronize with the back end. Now, there are a whole host of other capabilities built right into MongoDB Atlas. You'll notice this tab here, Realm. This is where I went in order to create the Realm app ID that I talked about earlier. So if I look at the code again, in my scene delegate, this app ID is correlating to one of these Realm applications that I created inside MongoDB Atlas. This is how we configure the services for the back end. Now here's the tutorial phase 1 app. I think that's it. Yep, tutorial phase 1. And you copy your app ID and paste it in here. And this is a back-end application services screen for this tutorial app. And here's where we specify the things like what kind of rule sets do we have in place for data access from the front end. Obviously, this is a very simple app, so I don't have anything really major set up. It's just the default set of permissions. I can specify the synchronization criteria. I'm specifying that this app that I created here, this one, is linked to my cluster 0, and I'm choosing a partition key to indicate that the realm that this is modifying. So there's a correlation between the partition and the realm and the Atlas cluster database. And I've got this service running. So when updates come in from my iOS application, this synchronization service is running and it's listening for those changes and it's synchronizing them to an online Realm file inside the Atlas infrastructure. That's how that's all done. But if you're interested, there are a whole host of other things that you can do with Realm on the back end. You can implement triggers for data reactivity. So if you get a new user, if a new user registers, you can run another function. And if we take a look at that function, create new user document, this will run every time a new user logs in. And what this is doing is it's inserting a record into a cluster. So yeah, this is very flexible, very powerful. This function is ES6. So currently in the Realm backend, you can write fully functional ES6 JavaScript applications. We provide you with a context variable, which gives you access to services. One of those services that you get for free is MongoDB Atlas. So you can create a connection to the cluster, create a connection to your database, and issue MongoDB commands using JavaScript syntax. That's what we're doing there. There's also MongoDB charts built into MongoDB Atlas. I don't have anything created here, but this is a great way to visualize the data that you're storing in your database. It's super easy to use, takes a couple of minutes to get up and running. There's even sample data that you can deploy that will automatically, with MongoDB charts, you'll automatically be able to visualize that and see exactly how it works. So where are we? We've created an app. We've shown the back end of that app. And this is my list of things that I wanted to get done. Spin up a cluster. Yep. Did all of those things. Well, here I wanted to talk briefly about how these worlds collide. So things are coming together for the Realm and the MongoDB world, and it's coming together with Swift in mind. So there's a great union between MongoDB and Realm. And we've announced availability of a MongoDB Swift driver for the server side. So the server side Swift driver for MongoDB is available today. It supports both asynchronous as well as synchronous use cases. Asynchronous would be great for like a web app. For web apps, or sync is really good for an interactive workload, such as a command line utility. I actually wrote a blog article off of MongoDB, developer.mongodb.com, that talks about how exactly to use the server-side Swift driver to develop a command line utility that leverages MongoDB. I talked about BSON earlier. So in the same way that all of the other drivers support a binary encoded version of JSON, Swift is doing that too. We leverage Swift's codable types to do that. So enabling custom types directly with MongoDB collections. It supports triggers through MongoDB change streams. And this allows you to react to real-time changes in the data. And like I said, maybe if a user logs in, you want to enrich the data associated with that user. That's a great way to implement that type of enrichment capability. MongoDB has a phenomenal aggregation framework. It sits right next to the MongoDB query language, and it allows you to do things like analytics and grouping, summing, all of the same things that you might do with SQL. Here's an example. You stack these, and they're sort of like a pipeline. So I'm looking at my orders database, my orders collection, and I'm matching on statuses of orders that have a complete, and then grouping them and totaling the sum of amount. So that's the aggregation framework, fully supported by the MongoDB Swift driver. Supports connection pooling, so for dramatic improvements in performance. It makes fewer requests for connections and leverages those in pools. Today, it supports use on the Linux platform, Ubuntu, and Mac OS. So you can use your Swift skills as an iOS developer, use those over on the server side on Mac OS and Linux. For more information, here's some links. Here's the Swift driver. It's GitHub under the MongoDB. And then there's an official announcement. And then I wanted to take you through what that driver looks like. So let's go over to VS Code here. And what I've done is I've created a very simple Swift package. So if you're familiar with Swift Package Manager, it's very simple to do a Swift package init, and then change the Swift package file, the package.swift file, to pull in the MongoDB Swift driver. You do that by referencing this URL. We're currently at 102 or 103, but I've got 101 in this example. And then specify your dependencies and your targets. So we're going to use MongoDB Swift sync in this example. And then, of course, you create your main.swift with the code. So here, what I'm doing is I'm pulling the Swift synchronous driver in. I'm creating a connection string. This is how I connect to MongoDB. And this is a cluster address that I get over here from MongoDB Atlas. I get that by clicking connect and showing connect your application, and I copy that string. Okay, that's going to give me the connection URI for my application, and it looks something like this. Now, I don't want to give you all my password, so I'm using an environment variable. Swift supports that through processinfo.process. That's why I'm using Foundation. Once I pass the password over to this, it'll give me a handle to the database using client. Then I'm using codables to create objects for my data that I'm manipulating in my program. This is what that task object looks like. It's a codable that gets swapped between JSON and BSON. Then I create an enum for the various task statuses, and I leverage that client handle to create a handle to the database. And there are a couple collections in there. I'm not really using this one, the user collection, but I am looking at the task collection, and I'm just going to do, I could insert some more tasks if I wanted to, but I'm just looking at the documents that are in a find. So I'm going to find all documents. And then I'm going to get each one of those for D in documents equal to a find, the output of the find. That gives me a cursor. And yeah, so then I can do a Swift build. I think it's already built. And a Swift run. I'm going to connect to the database and print out. Now, these are some local. They are on a different platform or partition, but here are those three tasks that I created. So I'm pulling those from the back end of MongoDB Atlas. So that is the MongoDB Swift driver. And I just wanted to jump back into my talk. Again, invite you to join me in the community. If you have any questions that we're not able to answer here today, I'd be happy to do that. There's a lot of developers that are logging in and creating new topics and having great discussions. And again, I hope you'll check out the MongoDB podcast, where we've got all sorts of fun stuff happening. Okay, so get my questions umbrella. Okay. Oh my goodness, so we've got a few. You write your own sync. Yeah, thank you, Ellen, for confirming that writing your own sync is a terrible idea. I've experienced that. What are the main differences between Realm and Firebase? I'm not a Firebase person. I really don't have too much experience, but from what I hear, it's an okay technology if you want to leverage that. If you're in the Google ecosystem, I just don't. I can't speak with any authority on what it's like to use Firebase. I can tell you that Realm is cross-platform. You can use Android clients. You can use iOS clients. You can obviously write code cross-platform. I don't know that you can do that with Firebase. The benefit of using Realm over Core Data and CloudKit. Well, I've heard. I haven't done a ton of work in Core Data. I think I attempted one project in Core Data, and I just had a really terrible time. I likened it to performing surgery through a blanket, because you got this additional layer of modifications that you have to do. But I think the design goal for Core Data and CloudKit is the same. I just find the Realm interface, the API, so much easier to use. It's just so much easier to implement than Coordinator and CloudKit. The lowest iOS version does Realm support? Oh my, I don't know, but I can find out. I'm pretty sure I've got somebody waiting. What is the lowest version of iOS that Realm supports? See if somebody can jump on that. I'm currently using, I've used 11, I've used 12. Both work well with Realm. I have not tested, recently anyway, Realm on lower levels. Realm's been around since 2015, I want to say, 2014 maybe, quite some time. But I don't know what the latest version support matrix looks like. So I will attempt not to mislead you there, and hopefully somebody will answer me on the back end. That leaves it with just saying thank you. I really appreciate everybody's time today. I appreciate you choosing my talk to listen to. It was great fun delivering it. If you have any additional questions, I'll hang out for a little bit. And if not, I hope to see you at community.mongodb.com. And I hope that you'll give the MongoDB podcast a listen. And if you do listen to it, give us a thumbs up or a like or a positive review. That'd be awesome.
Thanks a lot, Michael, for this wonderful talk and your contribution to Swift Heroes. I think that we can wait if there is some other question. I cannot see any question right now.
My pleasure, Sonia.
Oh yeah, everyone is thanking you. Okay, Michael. Yeah. So maybe we can meet each other all together for the final greetings at 6 p.m. On this track. So thank you again. Hope to see you later.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye, Michael.
Bye now.
Michael.
Grazie Luca che hai cambiato il ruolo. Abbiamo cambiato il ruolo così potevi vedere anche lui insieme alla camera.
Okay, hi everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Just a second. I have some audio problem here. How are you today, guys?
Great, thanks.
Yeah, great. And we are already live, right?
I guess. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? It's
Like,
5
hello,
o'clock.
people.
So I'm going to just introduce you, and then I will be out of the way to let you lead all the stuff. So here we have Anastasia, Julia, and Julia that are going to tell us something about app security and try to engage with all of you. So please be proactive, ask questions, and whatever comes to your mind. I know there are lots of things to ask. So enjoy. It's the stage is yours.
Awesome. Good evening or good afternoon, because for us it's definitely evening. Right now, all three of us, we are in Ukraine, and it's 6 p.m. But I believe for those who are in Italy, it's 5 p.m., right? So it's like security evening, typical Friday evening. Why not to spend time talking about security? First of all, I want to say that, Julia, thank you a lot for your talk. I really enjoyed it, especially all these links to OWASP standards. I think that's really important that there are a lot of open source and, industry proven standards that developers can use even without asking external security help as a self-check, right?
Yeah, I think it's the best part that we can use some tools and ready checklists, and they don't require having the master degree in security. Everything is explained. There are links and there are specific steps that you can take, because saying like my app is secure is a little bit of obscure, don't you think? It's just secure how? What does it mean? I don't know. I don't know how to make an app secure, but when there is a checklist and the explanation, I think it makes it more easy and more available to us, to people who build the applications.
Yeah. Like in security, we don't say that something is secure, right? We just say that it's kind of protected against this threat and these risks, and like for today at least. Because tomorrow there will be news, there will be new vulnerabilities, there will be new things going on. So sorry, need to start again. Okay, let's start our round table. We'll do our best to fit in 45 minutes, and we expect from the audience to have interactions, because we will start from discussing the features, like from introducing, obviously, then from discussing some iOS features, and then we have prepared cases for you. So we actually will ask you questions, security-related questions. How would you do this? How would you react on this? And we expect to hear your answers, okay? Because we have prepared something special, but wait a little bit and we will tell you about that. So let's start. Let's start by introducing, because today we have Julia, and Anastasia, and these are like totally three different people. If you don't recognize us, we're totally different. So like Julia Potapenko, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Julia. I'm a security software engineer at Cossack Labs. And actually, just a year ago, I was an iOS engineer leading a successful project in production. But later on, I've changed my direction. And now here I am in security. And beside that, I'm also a mobile and security lead at Women Who Code Kiev, and I'm a chapter leader of OWASP Zhytomyr.
Thank you. Awesome. Julia Aronska, what do you say?
Okay, for those who weren't present at my previous talk, nice to meet you all, and thank you very much for joining. My name is Julia, and I am macOS chapter lead in Women Who Code Kyiv. Also, I am a macOS security engineer in MacPo anti-malware team. Also, my previous place of work is Komodo Security Solutions. So pretty interested in iOS, macOS security, building secure apps, and everything related.
Awesome. Thank you. And again, thank you for your talk. And my name is Anastasia, and you can know me by my nickname, which is Vixentile, which is not my surname, it's just a nickname. And I do have software development background, and I was doing iOS applications many years ago. I was like a full-time developer. Then switched to full stack, and then switched to security. And right now I am basically creating security tools and supporting open source. And all three of us are actually, like, as I mentioned, from Ukraine, and we actually know each other like in real life. And we actually, all three of us, are part of Women Who Code Kyiv. And in those like earlier days, we even get to drink some cocktails together. And of course, discuss security. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's talk about like secure systems, right? I'll ask you, if you will have only one word to describe secure system, which word would you use? Julia Aronskaya, can you please start?
Sure. Well, usually they use 5 words, but okay, we're gonna with one today. If I had to use just one word, I'd say that secure system is enough. It is something that provides enough security for the requirements and for real life, because not everyone built, for example, I don't know, NASA applications. Yeah. So if you're building something that is very popular, probably everyone's gonna wanna hijack it and get into the news with that. If you're building something not so popular, you don't need the controls that are implemented in very popular applications. So what you need to do enough for your level of security that you need to provide.
That's a good definition. Yeah, enough.
Thank you.
Definitely not less, and maybe you won't have time to do more. So enough.
Yeah,
good one.
And the
Thank
budget. Thank you.
Julia Potapенko, what do you say? How you would describe a secure system with one word?
I would say that a secure system is about a compromise, because a completely secure system is probably a system that is inaccessible and unusable, a system no one can access, because at the moment any person gets an access to the system, this person becomes an entry point for an attacker. I mean, his or her credentials, social engineering, or something like that. And it is always about a compromise between like between security and usability, between security and accessibility. So my word is compromise.
Compromise. Okay, sounds great. And for me, I would say that my word would be predictable. So secure system is predictable, right? It can have flaws, but at least you realize where you have, like in your system, where you have weak spots and where you have strong spots. So you can like observe the weak spots, you can put a lot of monitoring, a lot of alerting on them, but you realize where are they, you realize your limits, you realize like potential like pieces, potential like places for security weaknesses, right? So predictable. Okay, I think, and I actually asked this question for our attendees in the chat, and I see, yeah, that Victor is writing reliable. Nice. I would really curious to hear your opinion, but yeah, reliable sounds really good. By the way, have you read a book by Google, Building Secure and Reliable Systems? That's a free book by Google. That's a quite large one. Of course, it's not about iOS development at all, but I liked how they mixed the security and reliability, because if you think about it, that's pretty much connected, right? And I really recommend this book. I'll try to Google it and to send you to the link in the chat, but the name is Building Secure and Reliable Systems. And it has a lot of chapters, and you can just select any random chapter. It's quite short. Read, learn something new, and move forward. Okay, so if you would like to explain secure system, please write in the chat. Please use this chat umbrella near our session. Actually, I don't think we have a spare eyes to take a look on YouTube chat, but we definitely read the umbrella chat. So let's interact there. Oh, we have another answer. Also, I would describe with one more word: trust. The users trust that you handle their data properly. Yeah, that's a good one. Julia, what do you think about it? Do I have some sound issues, or don't we have? Julia, we don't hear you. Julia Ronska, I think we don't hear you. We see you, but we don't hear you. Okay, then let's just skip. Oh no, we don't see you.
Yeah.
No.
It really sounds great. It's our goal achieved. We make secure apps so users will be. You don't hear me?
Right now we hear you and we see you, but it sounds like some connection issues.
Okay.
So let's
okay.
Let's use another channel of communication, and because we have a Telegram chat, like a secure secret chat, right? So let's write Julia that she has connection issues. Okay, meanwhile, let's move forward because we have another answer. Julia Potapenko, can you please handle the other answer?
Yes, sure. The next answer is, I would also say user-friendly. It should not be difficult to use an app in a secure way. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think it's a bit similar with what I have already said, that it should be usable for users. And all those additional steps of authentication, for example, they are adding some security, but if you don't really need them, you probably can remove them because it makes user experience not that good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, because sometimes people believe that security and usability, that two different sides of a scale. But if you pay attention, if you put your efforts, you can make secure and usable system. That's possible, but yeah, that requires efforts. Okay, we just got an answer from Julia that her laptop unfortunately didn't enjoy our roundtable and decided to reboot. So we will wait for Julia and we will continue because we still have a lot of topics to discuss. Okay, let's basically jump into news section, right? Let's talk about iOS 14. So Julia, have you installed iOS 14 already on your devices?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Well, I'm using that feature with auto updates, and I just wait when Apple will tell me that auto update is ready to install it. I am not installing it by my own, and just testing all the applications in simulators for now.
Okay, but you have read about iOS 14, right? And with iOS 14, we have a lot of new like privacy-oriented features, which might be especially useful for normal users, not for us, for engineers, but for normal users, people that don't know a lot about security. So if you would name your favorite iOS 14 security privacy related feature, what it will be?
Well, actually, probably the first privacy feature update that I've read was one of the features mentioned by you in one of the articles about Instagram being spying on us with camera when we are using an application. Actually, what iOS 14 has now, the phone will show a light turning on near your camera on the notch or somewhere here near the front camera when your camera is on. So some applications started to turning on this light in very unexpected moments. For example, with Instagram, people were complaining that Instagram is spying on them. But Instagram told that it was just a bug with that feature that you are a little bit swiping left where you can open a camera for selfie. So that is why camera was on. But I know another case, not with that was revealed even before iOS 14. This feature is not only for a camera usage, but also for a microphone. For camera, you will see a green light, and for a mic, it's probably orange, if I'm not wrong. And there was, last year, there was an application, a football application, that was turning on a microphone about one time a minute. They tried to detect pubs that were showing football without paying a special fee for that. And this application was fined based on GDPR, and the fine was about 250,000 euros. So it's really huge fine. And of course, this app do not exist anymore. So, and now people are able to see such applications easier, detect such spying easier, and report them, and probably some developers will be fined as well. And what about you, Anastasia?
Yeah, regarding fines, that's actually, that's interesting that we don't hear a lot of stories about GDPR fines. I mean, from my perspective, I hear a lot of stories about some issues, some bugs, some vulnerabilities, all these scandals around TikTok privacy, right, around Facebook privacy. But I don't actually hear the stories about GDPR fines. It's like, for me, it like GDPR, like the authorities trying to find someone, but companies try to keep it low, to keep it, very silent, very quiet. Because if you publish that, yeah, we are bad in security and this huge fine we just paid, but we will do better, it might ruin a little bit of their reputation, right? In the comments, we have a comment from Manuel about a football application that was used in Spain, and the link to the article might be in Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this one. Okay, wow, that's cool. Regarding, also we have a comment about Snapchat and their pasteboard. Yeah, actually, this pasteboard notifications, is my favorite feature, like from user perspective, because again, it helps to make application transparent. and companies' behavior more transparent for users. Because as security engineers, we knew that applications misuse the data, they misuse the Bluetooth connection, they try to grab all they can, they try to look at all this content. You know, many applications behave this way, but it's like kind of shady zone, because sometimes that's not like a security issue. It may be related to advertisement, it might be related to marketing, you know. But now in iOS 14, Apple makes all these shady actions more transparent, more visible to users, so users can make their choice. They can see what the application is trying to do and like react on it somehow, ask questions, stop using this app, or decide that it is totally fine and continue using it, right? It's like another, you know, another player in this game. User becomes a player. Hello, Julia. We missed you. We hope that you will hear us okay. You look a little bit frozen and we don't hear you, but we will hope that we will hear you. And meanwhile, we have another comment from Casper. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. I'm really sorry. Regarding GDPR compliance and audits. So the thing is that GDPR, it's not a certification. These are regulations, right? These are laws. And so these are laws about like preserving user privacy and giving like people control over their data, right? So like a set of laws. That's not a certain certification that you can pass and require a certificate, yes or no, okay? So how to be like GDPR compliant? So every time we say GDPR compliant, I put it in a quote because it's not a real compliance. But if you want to satisfy the GDPR and to satisfy to all this regulation, there is a set of these permissions for user. As a user, I want to see what data application collects. As a user, I have a right to edit my data, to delete my data, etc., etc., etc. Right? But GDPR doesn't have a lot of certain technical points. It just has certain articles that are very high level from technical perspective. For example, some article regarding data processing and data collecting that say that you as a company, as a data processor, should protect user data. But it doesn't say encryption. It doesn't, well, okay, it says encryption like 2 times, okay. But it doesn't say which cipher to use. It just doesn't say which library to use, right? So I suggest you to Google the checklists, technical GDPR checklists. By the way, we have an article in our blog post. It's not a little bit, it's not like iOS developers oriented. It's more like, you know, backend developers oriented. But we have an article in our blog post regarding technical aspects of GDPR, where we discuss how to make backups, being GDPR compliant, how to reorganize users' identification, how to use anonymization, how to use pseudonymization, etc., etc., etc. I'll try to find the link, and during roundtable, I'll put the link to the chat. Okay. So Julia, can you unmute and let's try. Yeah, we see you. Unmute, press unmute button. It should be somewhere here. Okay, let's move. I hope that we will be okay, because we really need Julia for the cases for our second part. But we still can spend a couple of minutes discussing a very cool security feature, which is known as security playlist. Okay, have you heard it? Security playlist. You know, like playlist we use in iOS applications. If you haven't heard it, I suggest you, like, Julia, can you just copy paste a link to security playlist to our chat, please, while I explain the things?
Sure.
By the way,
moment.
Sure. By the way, I'm noticing like activity in our chat. Like, great. Thank you, Manuel, for sending a link to WWDC a presentation regarding GDPR and CloudKit. By the way, if you can use CloudKit instead of your backend, please use it. CloudKit provides really good security, which you don't need to implement on your own. Next, regarding online resources that looking into iOS specifically, I believe that this is something that Julia Aronskaya has covered in her talk. Please refer to her talk because she provided a lot of links, including these open source guidelines, OWASP, MSVS, Mobile Application Security Verification Standards, and OWASP MSTG, Mobile Security Testing Guide, which are completely iOS and Android oriented. They have different chapters about iOS and Android, and this is a very good starting point. Also, you can just follow us all in Twitter and you'll get a lot of bits and tricks about iOS security. Now, let's move to security playlist. So basically, if you ever had a web application, you know that it's a good tactics, good idea to have security.txt file in a root folder of your web application. So if I am a security researcher and I find some, potential vulnerability, some security weakness in your website, I can open the security.txt file and I can see security contacts. So which people I should contact trying to disclose some security weaknesses, right? And this is like industry proven practice. It's not something being standardized, but this is something many companies do. And this is something many websites have. So in this security text, the main reason, the main idea behind it is to put contact information, whom you should contact as a researcher, as engineer, as a curious user, who wants to disclose security weaknesses to the company. And the security playlist is basically the same idea, totally the same idea, but for iOS application. So as an iOS engineer, you can put a small playlist into your application with security contacts, with like the email or the URL of a contact point, for researchers, for people who break the apps, or for people who look for vulnerabilities, or for curious users. So those people, if they find something during investigating and researching of your app, they can find the security contact and then they can disclose these vulnerabilities for you directly, not putting it on Twitter. So that's the idea behind it. And Julia has posted a link on security playlist. This idea basically, I believe Ivan Rodriguez was the first one who started promoting this idea, and I like it a lot. So I continue to push it, to the world and to promote it. Wonderful, Julia. I see you're with us.
Yeah. Do you hear me? Is everything okay? Yay, yes. That's great. Thank you. On the security playlist topic, I want to add one thing. You know that there is full disclosure of a vulnerability and there is responsible disclosure. Responsible disclosure is like a short one, and full disclosure is description of all the steps and all the stuff, and you probably don't want to have full disclosures all over the internet on your app vulnerabilities or your dependencies. So the main idea is that the security researchers, when they find a bug, they try to contact you. And if they can't contact you during 30 days, they can make full disclosure after that. So what security playlist does for us here is that it gives the security researchers a straightforward channel how to contact you when something goes wrong. And it lets you react appropriately in time and prevent full disclosure. Because if you don't see the letter or they find an irrelevant email or something, you can't, well, basically after the full disclosure, after 30 days you weren't reacting, you can't tell anything to them because they couldn't contact you. So having a security plist looks like a great idea to me.
Yeah, thank you. Because the world of security researchers and like big companies, it's very fast and can be very unpredictable. So as a company that you should want people to disclose vulnerabilities to you, and you should provide them with ways instead of people like shit-posting about that on Twitter, or like selling these in like dark web, these kind of things. Okay, I'm happy that all of us are together, and let's move to the cases. Are you ready?
And have you already announced that we are asking people questions for a reason?
Not yet. Let's do it.
Yeah. So I think I'm here already, so we can make our small announcement. We have decided to choose 3 people who are very active and help us out with answers and send them our stickers that we have from our companies. These are look at great stickers from Cossacks Labs that Anastasia is presenting. This is just amazing. I have one of them on my laptop and everybody's loving it, and you should want this one too. And MacPaw has cats living in the office, and we have stickers for our cats. So please meet Hoover and meet Fixel. Also, I have prepared some stickers with our products, like, I don't know, maybe you're interested in Clean My Mac or something, but I think that real rock stars here are the cats. So the most active participants, we are going to choose 3 most active participants, are going to contact us via Twitter, and we want them to share their personal details, which we say we never disclose to anyone, but you're gonna receive a letter with all the stickers from Cossacks Labs and from MacPaw. Also, you receive digital gifts. You can choose any MacPaw product you like anyone, and just say, I want this one, and if there is one-time purchase, you're gonna have a license for one-time purchase for that. If that's a subscription product, I'm gonna provide you with a 3-year subscription. So please participate in the chat and get your presents.
Yay! It's like a hand-picked, literally like hand-picked stickers from Cossack Labs and MacPaw, and these 1-year license for you, like for most active users, for your participation in the cases. Okay, so let me write it in the chat and let's start discussing the cases, and maybe we can start sharing a screen as well, because sharing the slides on the screen as well, because we want you like to see and read the case as well.
Okay.
So people suggest us to give their Google password for a sticker. I'm in. Just copy me your Google password. Of course, use Twitter because it's secure, and I will be sure to send you a sticker, maybe like this. Okay, let's move cases. Ladies, let's share the slides. Are you ready?
Yeah. Are you sharing or I'm sharing? Okay. Just a second. Let's go. Yeah. So, do you see the slides?
No, probably we need someone. Probably we need Stefano. Can you help us, please, to have slides visible?
I can see them, but it looks like they are in the backstage or something.
Because someone should like allow the slides to be on a stream.
Oh yeah, I can see them now. Looks great.
Yay.
Thank you now.
So the cases. Like these are like the typical security related cases for developers. Can you share them full screen, because we have them, like a smaller, like a presenter view?
Okay. Something
Awesome.
like that?
Yeah,
okay.
Now I don't see us, but I see slides. That's good. That's fantastic. So the case number 1. Imagine that you're a developer and you're joining a project, and like this is iOS application, and you watch this iOS application, and suddenly you notice that they have login and that they store passwords in plain text in user defaults. So what will you do? What will be your first actions? Write and comments, and we will read the comments.
Not a nice situation, right? Not something you expect at your new place of work.
I really like your answers. Oh my god. It will be very tough to find like 3 people to send stickers. Maybe we can make it like more. But I don't know. I have stickers. Okay. So let's read the answers. Manuel said that we should use a keychain. Francesca agrees that we should use a keychain. Marcel suggests to update the code to use keychain. And Manuel said that we should use a keychain. Oops. And Marcel said that we should update the code to use keychain and add migrations. If project manager said that there is no money for that, remind them about GDPR. This is a good one, yeah. Andrei suggests to leave the project. Yeah, why not? I mean, if you have somewhere to go, maybe this project is not for you. Shabados, sorry again for your name, says cry. I like this option. I would definitely cry. And I would, oh my God, I would use a git blame trying to find who put those. This is a bad practice. Don't do like me. Don't use git blame, okay? Next, Nazar suggests to refresh LinkedIn account, I suppose to move to other company, right? Okay. Wow, we have actually a lot of answers. Ladies, can you help me with that?
Oh, okay. That's not something I expected. It's so everyone's so active and so many ideas. This is great, guys and girls. This is amazing, really. Yeah, and the problem is, how can we choose 3 people?
Yeah, that's complicated. So I see, I see option that go to project manager and tell a project manager about the problem. This is a good one because this issue might not be the only issue in your project, right? And if you decide to fix it, like on your own time, it might happen that this project has deadlines and new features, and yeah, transparency is a good idea. So it might be a good idea to document the issue and maybe like ask project manager if you can spend some time on security assessment, or if you can hire someone to do security assessment. Okay?
Great. I have an idea. There are 3 of us, so each of us can choose a favorite answer and remember the name. And then we're going to see who got most stars. Because I have already, there is a great answer actually.
So which one is great? Which one is a great answer nominated by Julia Ronskaya?
It's going to be Octavian. Sorry for the name. I hope it's right. If possible, implement a server to store the credentials and authenticate the client app with the said server. That is actually something I was talking about like 30 minutes ago, so I can't say no to that answer. So Octavian, thank you. This is a great answer, I think.
Thank you. Julia Potapenko, what about you? Which answer you like?
I actually see a lot of answers like go to your manager, project manager, or someone else to report the issue. And I really like that people think this way because they are not going to like try to fix it by their own, by seeking advice from someone else who can help them to make a good decision. And but actually, I see an interesting answer here from Bruno saying that we need to encrypt the password before saving. And I like this answer because even when you're saving to a keychain, you are relying on some system-based encryption. And when you're saying encrypt the password, you're adding like another level of encryption. And if you know, probably someone may know that keychain is getting unlocked when you unlock the device. And at the moment when your device is unlocked, your data is not encrypted. And if you store your password encrypted, you will decrypt it only at the moment when you need it. And that is really a nice thing. And this is a feature that is commonly implemented for applications with a very good security level. So I like this answer.
I would like to I would like here just to put a little bit like light here, because usually in many cases we don't encrypt passwords, right? We hash passwords and we save a hash of a password, right? But there might be a case when you need to save user credentials. You need to say like the username and the user password in a plain text on mobile side, on iOS application side. And for this case, you can put it to keychain, right? And here, as Julia says, that keychain is something that Apple provides, and many attacks, many jailbreaks can like break the keychain protection as well. So if you really need to store this credential, if you can't put it on backend, if you can't store hash, if you like need to store them before putting to keychain, you can encrypt them and put into keychain and encrypt it. Now the question is like additional layer of security, right? Think about defense in depth. Think about security measures. You want to have a lot of these layers. Okay, not all applications need this. Stefana asks, where should I store the encryption key? Oh, that is tricky, because the encryption key can be ephemeral, can be something that you can generate inside your application using like mathematical function to get using like random, salt, and mathematical function. You can put your salt to user defaults, for example. Then you have these bits of data. You take KDF, key derivation function, to generate cryptographically strong key from that, and you use this key to encrypt and decrypt values. You can read about this more in our blog post and like in Cossack Labs, on the Cossack Labs site, where I described how we implemented end-to-end encryption in Bear application. We use some similar techniques, and it's like written in a blog post as much as I can, write it. If you have questions about this, like multi-layer technique, just ping me in Twitter in DMs, because I believe I have some workshops about these topics as well, so I can just, send you a link. Okay, and I believe that my favorite answer would be regarding GDPR fines, answered by Marcel, that update the code, say PM, and remind about GDPR. Like, sorry, it's a lot of good answers, and yeah, you're basically correct. Like, use keychain, try to use backend, try not to store this credential at all. So, okay, sounds good, but doesn't work in real life projects. Also true, and also it is true that when we are talking about security, maybe not every project needs that, right? So let's move to our other case.
Okay.
Let's keep case number 2 and move to case number 3, because this is something.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something that, we logically moved to. So case number 3. Julia Potapinka, can you introduce us with this case, please?
Yeah, I will read it first. Imagine that you have an app with recipes. What data will you protect? So please, your thoughts here. Just imagine a simple application about cooking with some recipes. What are the things that need protection here?
Looks so innocent.
Looks so innocent, right? Just cooking, just some recipes. I don't know how to boil eggs, how to make pancakes.
Oh, we already have a great answer. Stefano Mandina says that he'd protect his grandmother's super secret recipe.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Grandpa recipes, yeah. Also, photos probably also a good one, because recipes can be, this is a text, but the photos also can be protected. Okay, now we are moving to, more serious answers. Profile data and session data. Okay. IP. Okay. User weights and height if the recipes are tailored to them. Now we are getting somewhere.
Yeah.
User's history. Okay. All of data. Protect all the user information, personal details, preferences, favorite recipes, etc., etc. User's data, their preferences, any sensitive data. You see how many different. Yeah.
I actually like this question from Marcel. Best question is if there is anything not actually public. So what should you do if you don't know the answer for this question? Try to think, how should we deal with it?
Think who would answer you this question? Who would know if there is sensitive data, if there is anything that is not, public? Okay, so people write about user management as well. Shabados, sorry again. Christopher write that sometimes application doesn't need to use user accounts at all. So no accounts, nothing to protect. Protect any API, yes. If there is something not public, you can make it public. So you don't have to think about how to hide it. I like this security thinking. I really like it. This is a good one, yeah. This is a very good one. Unless you're talking about, I see skeptics in the chat. So unless you're talking about intellectual property, who would really be interested enough in recipes to reverse engineer the app? Okay, let's say our opinion on that.
Okay, a lot of great answers, honestly, and I want to choose, but there are several people who answered something of a kind. So, okay, I'm gonna go with the first answer that is, I think, in a great direction. It's Gaetano Mattoni. Users weight height if the recipes are tailored for them. So this is the first time when someone is talking about personal information and the information that should not be disclosed. So if we think further, probably the weight and height are not the only things we need to protect, but I like the thinking. So yeah, Gaetano, congrats. So 1 point from me.
Awesome. Julia Potapinka, what are your thoughts?
I think that I like two comments here. Well, actually, that question that I have already mentioned from Marcel, and I think the very first answer from Stefano answers this question when he said that I'd protect my grandmother's super secret recipe. Because you see, you should find an authority for who will be involved in this process, and they will talk with you about the risk they're having. Like in that case, Stefano is worried for his grandma recipe, and probably you should think that some of the recipes should be private or secret, or some ingredients can be secret. So it's not about some particular data that you need to protect, but about building a communication with your clients, with your user, and understanding what are their needs and what things are important for them and what they want to be protected. That's my vision here.
Okay, thank you a lot. From my opinion, with this recipe case, recipe application case, this is a tricky one, right? And that's why we're discussing it, because it can be totally simple recipe application without any user data, without any login, everything stored in your local application. Maybe this application doesn't need network connection at all, right? So a stored database, no users, no personal data, no favorites, no medical data. And in this case, it might be a case that you don't need to do pretty much anything from security perspective, right? But it also, let's now imagine the completely opposite case. It can be also an application that supports different types of login in, that allows to store user medical data, for example, age, height, weight, allergies, that allow to track the meals and calories, to go to the health application, for example, that this application will allow to share the user's history or preferences, or what user has had on breakfast for their friends, right? So you can, and friends can share this info, and so on, so on, so on, so on, right? And then, of course, you will implement this feature of private chats between foodies, because people like to cook food. So you can imagine really complicated application that has a lot of PIs, that might have medical information, that might have data sharing. And for this application, obviously, you need to implement a lot of security controls, at least on GDPR level, at least for that. Okay. So for me, I would say that Caleb, my vote goes to Caleb Kinney. Protect any personally identifiable information, names, emails, etc., 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 etc. Now we are running out of time because our roundtable, because you actually put a lot of questions, a lot of answers. Sorry. So let's maybe have one more quick case, okay, and let's wrap up. Okay. So. We can ask, let's ask the audience. Oh, okay. So in our case, we actually had this option, imagine that it's not as simple. Imagine that you have all the allergies. Now, for the next case, we have one, you need to select one first or a second. One case is related with disclosure, with emails from security researcher, and another case is connected to dating application. So please write in the chat emails, security researchers, or dating applications. We have some delay in the stream, so yeah. But I like how the audience is so active, liking.
Yeah, it's surprisingly nice, actually. I thought that we were to discuss everything by ourselves, and that's it. But You guys and girls are amazing. I had a great time here. Thank you. Thank you for being so active.
Yeah, like you're really like great support. Thank you, the audience. So I see a lot of answers regarding dating application. Sorry, Caleb, you're the only one who asked for security researcher. People like dating apps. Okay, let's discuss the dating application.
Okay. Let me read it.
Sure.
You're starting a dating app from scratch, and the main requirement is that it should be secure. What security features are you going to have? So please share your thoughts on, probably think about, I don't know, some popular dating app, or maybe you have experience developing some, and think what should be protected there, or should any? Can we avoid any protection, right? Can we make the app in a way that we don't have to secure anything, or should we secure a lot of stuff? What will it be in your case?
Yeah, also try to imagine if you're not an engineer, if you're like a product manager, if you're a person responsible for features in this application, try to think that you're a product manager in security, like product security. What features will you have? What like security controls will you have? And maybe, Julia, can you like switch to the next page? Maybe let's show the complicated version, because we don't have a lot of time. So.
Okay, next one. Something we all love, right? Having Facebook integration in 2020 is a great feature, right?
Can we please still have our slides shared? Okay, I see a lot of answers from the audience. Okay, so let's read it just one by one, because this is a tricky question. Again, this is a tricky case, because as we mentioned previously, there is no such thing as 100% secure application, right? So we can have a lot of security controls, a lot of defenses. Let's read it aloud. Andrea says, OAuth system with refresh token, SSL pinning. Good one. Cam says, biometric login, pin fallback. Good one. Felipe, jailbreak detection API, probably API protection, sensitive data, location user. Okay. I think this means like protect these features. Yes. Vive alert on the screen.
Stefan wants his stickers, I think.
Let's skip this one. Okay, Casper says two-factor authentication.
No, girls, it's just a joke. Of course, my wife is working on the team here, so is reading everything.
Okay.
Just to clarify that.
Okay. Good luck to you today, Stefano. Have a nice evening.
I wanted to win the cats stickers for her as well. So keep on going. Sorry about this.
So like, but actually this is like, honestly saying, like, no joke, this is a good protection feature when you can, shake your application and you have some emergency screen or something going on. For example, the screen that will encrypt all the data and put this emergency shield, right? I would not say that is a first security feature that you need to implement, no, but as a fun one, as something you can make, yeah, definitely. Let's move. Casper says two-factor authentication, options for user to decide which of your public profile paths are visible, right? Next, manual, pictures, emails, password, contacts, name, people, iterations. Okay, also, yeah, good one. Universal links, deep linking profiles. Oh, this is a great one, because if you have deep linking, you might have a huge security like holes in your application. So be very careful with deep linking, okay? Okay, let's, ladies, can someone pick up on reading? Because I already feel my throat is getting a little bit.
Okay, I can pick it up because I'm really enjoying reading this. So Octavian is saying that if the app is like Tinder, the app would need to support resilience level since it has in-app purchases. Then the user-sensitive data like date of birth, address, etc. Great one. Marcel, keep minimal information on the phone, store everything that's actually needed on the backend, and only have a session token on client side. This is great. I love this approach. Don't store things that you want to protect. Dating app for paranoics. Wow. End-to-end encryption, auto-destruction of messages in 10 minutes, screenshot prevention. I think there should be such an app somewhere because it sounds like a great startup right now.
I believe there are like a chat application like that, like Confide chat application. Yeah, they have the features.
It should be out there somewhere. Okay. Side note, once I wanted to create a separate paranoid mode for my application I was working on. So I do relate to apps for paranoids. Thank you. Okay, Jose, jailbreak validation. Wow, Jose, hi, it's nice to see you here. I'm so glad that you joined us. Jailbreak validations, SSL pinning for man-in-the-middle attacks, credentials in the keychain, definitely no Facebook integration. Yeah, that's great. Peter, zero external dependencies. You can't trust anyone. Okay, it actually sounds like a great addition to our paranoid mode. So yeah, zero dependencies. Sometimes you can't live without them, you know? Sometimes you just need to integrate with Google, for example, and you need to take the dependency. It's just, unfortunately, that's the life. Okay, but the approach is great. So if someone tells you that there is a very neat button, a pod with a neat button, you could probably think twice before integrating it. Totally. Okay, Caleb, protect personal information, personal identifiable information, configure proper access controls, sanitize input, etc. Follow the OWASP Mobile Top 10 and MSTG. Wow, that's great, Caleb. Thank you for joining this session. I think you could join us next time and help us with the roundtable.
Yeah, it feels like, Caleb, just ping us in Twitter because it feels like you need to be here, right?
Yeah, on this end. Okay, end-to-end decryption for chats. Gaetano says, let users enable disabled features like location, let users show, hide the info about them, two-factor authentication, touch ID, face ID, PIN code. Wow, that's a list, almost a to-do. Great, thank you. Okay, Marcel, Facebook integration is very dependent on what you read or publish. Problem is that it will always leak that you are actively engaging in dating app. Yeah. So thinking about integrating with third-party services is a good idea. Okay, we have it's not the end. Ahmad says securing photos not to be accessible easily by anyone. Protect contact, etc. by encrypting if we are catching it and make it hard to get. Third party is the tricky part, right? You are sometimes user want to easily sign in, but on the other hand, I heard about what third party did with the user's data. Yeah, we need to balance. Like Julia said, we need to balance security and UI and being a very easy to use app and being a secure app. We need to choose something. Okay, remote erasure, account deletion features. Wow, I like this one, really. Bruno, implement by hand Facebook endpoints you might need, but don't import the SDK if you can. Yes, if we can, it is a great point. Don't import anything you can get without. Christina, propose signing with Apple instead of Facebook. Wow, this is an approach, right? This is a great approach. I like it. Okay, does Signal work with end-to-end decryption? Stefana asked. I think yes, Signal does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, so let's be really quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's select the best answers, because I really like the answer from Caleb Kinney regarding MSVS and all the things. So my sticker goes to Caleb.
Okay. My goes to Christina, that found an interesting, inventive way to get rid of Facebook and replace it with Apple authentication. I like it, Christina.
And my will go to Andriy Chernenko with his paranoid dating app.
That's a great one.
Oh. Wonderful, wonderful. Sorry that we're actually running out of time. We ran out of time like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No, actually, guys, there's one positive thing when we have online conferences like this. We can, we're not so strict on times, fortunately. But I'm here just to make a small announcement from the team. We are trying to do a group picture about all the attendees and speakers available on a Google Meet channel. I'm copy pasting in the chat. So if any one of the attendees is available, we will really love them to just show up and try to create the biggest picture ever from an online conference. If it's we'll see what comes up with this. So, by the way, girls, thanks for this roundup. It was actually really fun. And sorry if I feel that with some, not so serious answers, but I'm glad I won the stickers. And I really hope we and the organization to have you on the next not digital edition of Swift Heroes next year. Hopefully, if everything goes well. Yay.
Real conferences. Yeah. Thank you a lot. And let us just have one final thought to close this panel, okay?
Yep. Yeah, sure. Go on.
Okay. So ladies, let's wrap up. Let's have this one takeaway idea. So for the audience, if you would like them to go away from today with one thought, one idea in your mind, what will it be? Julia Potapenko, what do you say?
I would say that that's great that you know so many security controls, but keep in mind that you need to plan your security features in advance, because you will not have an ability to add them at the last moment.
Great. Yeah, totally agree. Julia Ranskaya, what do you say?
Okay, my word is MASVS. So please, if you haven't already, download the mobile application security verification standard that I was talking about. It is a great foundation for building your secure apps and being sure in your code. And you can find me on Twitter, and I'm going to post the link to my slides, and you can check everything out. So MASVS from me.
Yay. Okay. And from me, maybe the final thought would be that the world of security engineering, it's amazing. It's like the software development, but more cool, because you're not restricted by iOS platform, but iOS application. You can actually work with backends, with databases and all the thing. It's like in software development, but in security. I really support, and I really encourage you to move into security engineering, because it's so much fun. Thank you for participation. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you for all your wonderful answers. Now we will do our homework. We will try to recall people, or we have a list of people who we mentioned, right? We will try to get even more stickers, and we will try to do our best not to limit ourselves to 3 person. I mean, we will try. Can't say that for sure, but we will try. And we will reach out those people, or like these people, please reach out to us in Twitter and give you like physical address, because these things, they're physical, they require, you know, normal postal physical address if you want them, and we will deliver them from Ukraine. It will take a while, but it's worth waiting.
Okay, I have posted my Twitter handle, so please, everyone I mentioned, and I think girls, please contact us. At least you're gonna get the licenses for a MacPo product. You can choose any one you like. And I'm not sure what we're gonna do with stickers right now, because there were so many great answers. So please just contact us, people who we mentioned, and we're gonna figure out something. So I'm waiting you in direct messages, Aronskaya, with your choice, with your product of choice from MacPo. And if you're okay with that, share your address, and I'm gonna send you, and we are gonna send you the stickers. Thank you very much for your participation and being so active. It is inspiring. Thank you, and thank you, Stefano.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you all. See you on Google
let's
Meet.
Move to Google Meet.
Let's move to Google Meet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. I don't know.